gets a job at Rush. It's a hospital in Chicago. Okay, so, oh, that comes on, but her English isn't that good to understand that comes on. So we'll look that up in Spanish. How do you say, like, because you can't say, like, illuminates and stuff like that, that flashes or anything, because it doesn't fucking flash. Oh, that comes on whenever, or no, oh, that only comes on when I have a question. How embarrassing what I'm doing right now. Have a question or idea. You know, you should probably get used to it. No, probably be on every time you look at me. I mean, it'll probably be on every time every time you look at me. Dramatic pause. I'm not noting the dramatic pause. I should note the dramatic pause. Beat. I can tell. What is it? I am curious about you. I'm curious about and inspired by. No, I'm curious about you, and you inspire me. You don't have to talk about it forever. Just as long as anytime you look at me, I'm probably gonna have a question or an idea. Really, we're not gonna put her name on that. Okay, go on. If we can put her name on the wall. Dear Fernanda. Alright, now, what else do we got? Oh, or impressed. Or anytime I'm impressed, baby girl. Okay, what else we got? If an answer is so powerful, oh yeah, we talked about that. If it can be, it can be two people talking, and from that, splash out ideas. Right, you can look at these as two people talking. Yeah. There you go. Now, had I put the dot at a slightly different level, that would have worked with my language. The singular dot would be indicate a question object. So the question is, is this a good idea? So this idea is the object of the question. And then the other two dots are plural. Or for plural, so questions. But that's okay. In Iniodrado, there's no accent with three dots. So whenever we see three dots, even if they're all on one line, we assume that that's a nukta and a diaeresis. Very good. Very good. Yeah? Convinced?
Ils s'endormaient la nuit.
Ouais.
C'est fort ce visage-là.
Salut Fred! Alors, comment ça va? Et qu'est-ce que t'en penses? Hein? C'est pas mal, hein? Tu veux voir de plus près? C'est une ampoule fait en point d'interrogation et un point d'exclamation au milieu. Just real quick, I just realized she didn't say I love you. I mean, she didn't say I'd love to. She said, of course. My dad's still bothering me about quantum consciousness. So I explained specialization. That one great feature of humanity is that we specialize. And so we can allocate all of a person's resources toward one avenue in particular, another person's resources toward another avenue, and then as a community have explored multiple avenues. Rather than having all of our explorers, every time they inch forward on their respective paths, they discuss, they tell each other they're on the wrong path, and then they keep just bouncing around between paths and don't make progress. And obviously it's important to have some peripheral vision, of course, but it's also important to have some focus. And anyway, so I'm not going to open your link because it's just going to distract me. But what I am going to do is recommend that you check out other points of view, like he has said to me, which I have done. Because I don't send him link after link of over the course of months. So not, a bunch of links in one day, but, a dozen links over the course of a few months. And I sent him, I think, one. I'm not sending him a bunch. Saying, hey, this is true. I understand that he can't hear it. He needs to understand I can't hear it. I checked the quantum thing. Doesn't work for me. What are you gonna do? It's not the 101st article that's gonna convince me. Not that I've read 100 articles, but if you can consider all the texts I've read, at least talking about this possibility, then you'd get to like 100. But those are mostly from people that I agree with. So, anyway, so then I thought I assumed that Christoph Koch isn't jumping at the whole quantum thing. So I said to my dad, check out what other people are saying. Ask yourself, why is someone like Christoph Koch, who's like, the biggest name in consciousness, why he's not jumping at a quantum explanation. But as I typed that, I thought, wait, is that true? So I looked it up, and I found this interview between Christoph Koch and the interviewer. I don't know whether he's somebody. And Christoph Koch is saying that over the last 10 years, he's been kind of shifting attitudes. And this started towards the end of Francis Crick's life. Now, Francis Crick is known to be more of, he's looking, he wants to figure out what the neural substrates are for consciousness. But apparently, toward the end of his life, Christoph Koch, with conversations with him, Christoph Koch started to think maybe not. So the interviewer said, oh, but that's different from what Crick thinks. He says that it is material. Koch says, no, I mean, yeah, but he says that he's always been open to the possibility that it's not material. And so Christoph Koch was like, consciousness is not normal. It's fundamentally different. We may have to, look for something else to explain it. He compares it to researchers in, the 17th century, or 18th century, or 17th century, who first encountered magnetic fields. So that was a fundamental change to their models of reality and how things interact. Now, speaking of parallels, so yeah, maybe we'll discover that quantum mechanics or something else. Christoph Koch I turned it off after a few minutes, but he didn't necessarily say quantum in the first few minutes of the interview, in the introduction, but he did say something else. Now here's why I turned it off. Oh, now here's a parallel. Back when Francis Crick and James Watson were doing their research on DNA, and they discovered the double helix structure of DNA. And that's like one of the biggest discoveries. That is up there with, Darwin's work as far as importance to, to changing or to informing our paradigm or something. See, before we had the double helix structure, there were people referred to as vitalists, which we learned about in the book, in Donald Hoffman's book, The Case Against Reality, How Evolution Hid the Truth from Our Eyes. Yeah, these vitalists who are like, hey, there are rocks, and then there are hedgehogs. There's a fundamental difference between those two things. Rocks, okay, fine. Atoms, molecules, physical laws. But then there are things that are living, and that's similar to something my dad has said. And all very spiritual people. Some kind of a life force. And so in French, this was called an élan de vie. Frederick, who I was hanging out with on Ibiza, the guy with the face tattoos in the camper, traveling in the camper, he called it the fluid of life. So something fundamental, the vitalist thought, accounts for the difference between life and non-life. Well, Hoffman said in his book, but then when James Watson and Francis Crick, announced the double helix structure, the vitalists had to shut the fuck up. We now know how life is made. We don't need some magic. We've got a sequence of instructions for exactly what to do, for all the little rocks, what they should do. And then they do it because of their different charges and their environment, just the way they interact. He said, I'm open to the idea that biological systems make use of quantum phenomena. Okay. Get out of here, bro. Stop discussing. Also, I told them I don't discuss things with people who don't have critical recognition and so can't themselves identify or recognize any of their mallets. Or just can't recognize their mallet. So if I point out a mallet, you don't have critical recognition to know, is that a cognitive error that happened? And you're certainly not going to catch your own. So you're just going to be pretty reckless with your agit, with your justifications. Anyway, so the vitalists have to shut the fuck up. And then they've come back. They go, okay, fine. Double helix DNA is what produces a functioning organism. It can still use chemical and physical laws and exist. It's got this instruction thing in all of its cells that is constantly sort of being consulted or affecting the processes. Okay, gotcha. But what about consciousness? So now they're back. And Christoph Koch is basically now among them. Now here's why I turned the video off. Starts off in the introduction. He says to the interviewer, he says, we need an explanation for consciousness. Nothing we have so far is good. I don't really believe that. I don't think we're missing maybe some details, but mostly what we're missing is a way of understanding it. We're not really missing the facts of how it works, more of how that can make sense for us. So he says something fundamental's missing. So what was his evidence? What was his bet for that TAV? What supports that claim? Well, he said, because on the one hand, you've got neurons interacting according to physical laws. And then on the other hand, you've got this feeling of experiencing. Okay. So that's something that my data said. All right, so let me respond. So to us, that seems like that's a thing. When the human brain considers a neuron, some neurotransmitters, some ion channels, and then compares that to the feeling of experimenting vision. So let's say we're talking about a vision neuron, and then we compare that to the feeling of experiencing vision. The human brain goes, what's going on? Those things don't. But that we shouldn't take that for granted as being an actual indication of whether those things do. That's what we call a Porsche. Something that seems wrong, but shouldn't necessarily. So let me give you some... Now, I haven't figured out a way to bridge that gap for the human brain. That's what I said. We need to figure out our concepts and understanding and stuff, and why there's an alarm going off when we've got a neuron in the occipital lobe and we've got an image and we're like, oh, what's going on? What is that about, that alarm? Because I don't think in reality these things are a big deal. I think that now, so here, let me give you an example of a case where that's not a big deal for anybody. Nobody that I've ever heard is looking at quantum mechanics or talking about some explanation gap when we talk about vision. So when we've got a neuron and its ion channels and its synapse and the synapses, the neurons and the synapses, and then we've got visual processing, an image, a reaction to an image, the labeling of an image. We don't go, alarm bell. So we have no problem. Oh boy, it's texting me. We have no problem maintaining as one the following two things: neural activity and visual activity. Okay. But then we do have a problem with neural activity and the feeling of visual activity. But we don't have a problem with neural activity and feeling. So emotion research is, and people aren't going, well, what about consciousness? What about quantum? How can we explain getting upset about something? That feeling of anger as your heart beats, your sympathetic nervous system is activated. That frustration, that's got to be quantum. Which is so fucking stupid. We don't do that. So why is it that we're okay with a physical neuron and vision? We don't say, whoa, that's amazing. So Neo just saw someone walking towards him, and somehow that image became electrochemical information. And then that electrochemical information had him feeling a certain way and his hairs went up. We don't do any of that. We don't do any of that. In fact, we don't think about his experience of it at all. Everything feels explained. All the pathways. So my question, I know I'm kind of jumping all over the place, but a question is, could an organism survive like that? If an organism were a singular organism, so although it's many neurons and neural networks, it's all part of sustaining a single system. But we've got all these different neurons and mechanisms. And then we've got information bouncing around the brain, and then we've got information coming in from outside. Could a brain survive if it couldn't distinguish between internal activity and external activity? So if every time it had a thought, it couldn't tell whether that thought was whispered from above or whether that thought was just a thought in here or whether someone else said it. And then when this system has two thoughts, well, how confusing that would be. We have a single system, we've got two different thoughts. To whom do we attribute these two separate thoughts that I am observing as separate? Would a species survive like that? I don't know. Maybe I need to develop that more for it to be convincing or to check it out, but I don't think so. I think that in order for a species with lots of different interpretive mechanisms, instincts, drives, and so on to survive, all of those things would need to be attributed to a single self. It's all taken care of a single system. So there should be a sense of unity and coherence to it. There won't actually maybe be unity and coherence to it. There should be some, right? There should be competition instead of me grabbing the cake with one hand and slapping that hand with the other. There should be some kind of negotiation here, and then either I reach for the cake or I don't. But of course, sometimes we see some, right? But what would the experience be like if the person experienced, I'm like one entity who wants this cake, and then I switch over and it's like a whole other entity who doesn't want the cake? No, so it would probably be better for our psychological health if we instead thought of it as, oh gosh, I'm split. I, a single consciousness, feel a desire to do this and feel a desire to do that. And I keep changing my mind. And I'm or worst case scenario, we can use a metaphor with mind and heart. Right? Where at least we still think of it as basically the same consciousness. Like a Holy Trinity thing, right? Mind, brain, or mind, heart, and soul. But we would need some kind of that union. Otherwise, it would be a pretty confusing, it could be a pretty unnerving existence, especially when you compare internal activity to external activity. And I'm sure there are more reasons, but we'll leave it at that. Why a brain would need to have a sense of consciousness, a feeling consciousness. So we can explain with evolutionary psychology why a brain would have a feeling of consciousness, then we know that we shouldn't take for granted that feeling. We shouldn't say that feeling is an indication of reality, right? If we do that, that'd be an example of the sensor myth, thinking that we experience reality as it is, or naive realism. So then we realize, oh shit, the activity of this neuron, and then maybe we don't actually have another thing here, this feeling of consciousness. That may itself just be the activity of a neuron. This illusion or this sense of something. And just like we can sense temperature, and just like we can sense love and feel trust and all those things, and we're not going crazy about those things, we can also feel a sense of experiencing. So id theory is not the double helix of consciousness. We need a specific sort of mechanism or way to identify, as Hoffman talks about, a way to explain a correlation between neural correlates of consciousness and consciousness. Why when there's a conscious experience reported, do we see this specific activity? And in this case, that activity, what do those activities have in common? Is it a certain kind of neuron? Is it a von Economo neuron? What's going on? Now, I want to compare the whole argument as I interpreted of Christoph Koch saying that if we have a model where if our model involves neurons and physical laws, and the reality is a feeling of consciousness, then, here's the tav, then more research is needed, a fundamental force needs to be identified to reconcile those two things. And so I would want to raise that batav. I would want to specifically raise that bet where you said that if there is a feeling of consciousness, no, sorry, what was the batav? What was the batav? I don't have much battery. What was the batav? Go on. Quoi?
Pour le sésame, il faut que tu ailles dans un magasin oriental.
Ouais.
Chinois.
Ouais. Ouais. Moi-même, je suis dans les épiceries. Là, ils ont tous les piments et les épices. All right, 2024 Fover 06 Deldy. What was it? 1506. Some 30% battery. Oh, but how are we going to make sure that it's recording? We can't see. That's really annoying. Fuck. Whatever. Okay. So we're looking at Christoph Koch, and this is basically what we're trying to do is practice a analysis. Or we're trying to figure out what a monalaris would look like. Made some progress in previous videos. Fudge, come on. Where are? Oh. Okay. All right. So. Okay. So, cock gives the following bitav. Okay. Okay, so bet means if, tav equals then. So we're going to try to put what I think that I heard as a betav, so we can evaluate it. The ESSIC, of course, is do we have the basics to explain consciousness? His response to that is no. There's a fundamental force missing. And so the reason that I heard that he gave is if our model consists of neuron physicking. Put a little K in there. Physicking. And if we have a feeling of consciousness, then fundamental pieces missing to reconcile the two bets. Okay. Okay, so if that's his betav, so we can call this A, B, and Z. Okay? So that's his betav. Here's the bet, the two bets, and here's the tav. Okay? So then my issue, so we want to erase this. And what that means is we want to put it under the microscope here. There's something that maybe shapes about it, or for some other reason, we want to erase it. And raise is spelled R-E-I-S, stands for rationality or reason, empiricism, imagination, and skepticism. Now, if our raise indicates to us that the betav is no good, then what we're going to do is sear it. S-I-E-R stands for the same words, but in a different order. And that's when you propose. I think that is flawed. Can we agree on that? If you can agree on it with the other person, and that's when you're doing a dialysis, if you can agree on it, then you can douse it. Just to put it away, and then you'll need to write that down somewhere. So then you can remind each other every time you guys say something based on this. You say, no, remember, we downsed that. All right, so let's raise. All right, so we have here the whole bitav. The bitav is composed of 3 secs. Here's sec 1A, sec 2B, and sec 3Z. Secs 1 and 2 are bets, which is so the if component, and the condition, and sec 3 is oh, I can't believe I spelled that way. That's funny, huh? Sec 3 is the tav, and it's also his ultimate kes, right? That's his ultimate statement, that fundamental pieces are missing to reconcile those two things. Okay, so I have an issue with B. So I definitely want to, wait, what do I? Sure, we have a feeling of consciousness. Sure, no, we can, okay, we can, so it's not quite but we don't really have an approval word. We can use yep, which is when the whole system sort of agrees on something. Like, I slapped a girl on the butt, and someone says, yo, that's not okay. Do you yep that? And I go, no, I didn't. I have no idea what just happened, what came over me. I'm a little bit drunk. I do not yep that. That is bad, and I apologize. So we can, and so in this context, it'll mean I accept that statement. See, we're not going to use I, because I means I didn't previously accept it, and that's something that I want to communicate here, that I didn't previously, but now good. So we'll yep this. Our model consists of neurons physicking. Yep. And we have a feeling of consciousness. Yep. But this, okay, so then actually what we want to raise is the third sec then. Specifically what we want to raise is the then component. Maybe you can put this when you want to raise. Looks like a little magnifying glass. This is specifically what we want to raise. That this leads to this. I guess you can, in the tav sec, I guess the only thing that you can raise is the tavness of it. Because you can't, it's not worthwhile to raise some piece in this sec to say, oh no, I think that's wrong. Because the tav is supposed to sort of follow from this. So you're not evaluating whether or not it's wrong. That would be sort of another conversation. You're evaluating whether or not you get there from here. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay, let's change this. So let's say that means like exists, or there is. Hold on, give me a second. Fuck is it? Yeah, it's getting hot. What the hell? How is it not on the... I'm getting tired of looking up right now. There exists. There is. It's got to be on here. Verbs. Yeah, live. Yeah. Okay. Anyway. All right. So if there exists consciousness phenomenon, okay, right, that's better. Now there's a paret for that, a parbitav, a parlogit, which is hold on. So we also have, you know what? I know it's going to be a little bit confusing. Okay, so we also have another one, which is if feeling of consciousness, then exist conch phenomenon. Okay. And so here we've got our B in the tav, so that we can then use it in a bet here, right? We were able to establish it. If feeling of consciousness, then consciousness. Okay. And this is just, all right, well, if you don't accept this, then you must be an NPC. And so then we'll call this A. There you go. Okay. So, what do I want to raise? What am I looking to eventually sear? I want to sear this. I don't think that the fact that we have this sense of consciousness means that there is a consciousness. So I want to raise that. Oh, I definitely don't want to yep this anymore. I can yep the feeling, cannot yep this. I want to sear this. And by searing that, well, that undermines the tav. So that has to be reviewed. I have to see whether my discussion partner, whoever it might be, is willing to accept that with me. In which case, we're kind of doing a monalaris. Mon meaning one, because we're sort of looking at it from one perspective, maybe. Otherwise, we're doing a dialaris. Even if I'm not talking to Christoph Koch, but someone who agrees with him, then okay, that can be a dialaris. So you can be representative of that Kes, and let me know, do you approve? I'm calling this in a question. I've already evaluated it. So I need to, of course, say what the issue is. Well, I don't know that I can. I would need someone's help with that. Or we can look at the taxonomy. I mean, basically, I would just say that the error here is the mallet of naive realism. Yeah. So, yeah. So that's what it theory helps us with. It gives us a way to identify errors. Saying there's an error is one thing. What is the error? All right, well here, this is a mallet. And maybe we can put a little M before it so we know it's a mallet. And the mallet is naive realism. The assumption that that which is experienced or perceived or interpreted is that which is. So I want to sear this sec here, this bet sec here, bet sec B. I want to sear that on the basis of B's being established through naive realism. Because then what we would find is, if my partner agreed with me that this hasn't been established, and if my partner says, okay, well, let's put A in there instead of the B sec, let's put A in there, which is established just by daily life and experience, and that I am happy to accord my partner. So we put that in there. Then I'll say, well, then this doesn't work. How does a feeling of consciousness, what needs to still be reconciled? A feeling with physical activity. I would ask the person, because that would be an inconsistent betav. Do you apply that betav to dreaming? Are you fundamentally confused by dreaming? Are you saying that we need to discover something on the level of magnetic fields and something fundamental and quantum in order to understand dreaming? Because if you had the betav, our model consists of neurons physicking, and we have the dreams, the feeling of going to other worlds, then holy shit, we need to reconcile that. No, I've never heard you say that. It's always about this word. So that, by the way, makes me think, but this word, not vision, not dreams, not emotions, nothing else that everybody's tripping up on. If that's the case, then could it be the very familiar mallet of this is a mallet of this is like an axiomatic mallet. I exist. Just a fundamental principle that exists in the mind. And evolutionary psychology, I think, can explain pretty well why that mallet exists in the mind. This idea that I exist. Especially this idea that I am special, that, I am not physical. Another one is I am not. Do we have a word for physical? Whatever. I am not the phys. That's another thing that just exists in the brain. We know that because almost 100% of human beings in the present and for most of our recent evolutionary history have believed that at least humans have souls, and many believe that animals and rocks and planets and suns and other stars and all of them are intelligences. And many even believe, they think they're so smart, they say, oh, everything is an intelligence. It's one, the universe, God, It's a, what's the other word I use? Something. It's an intelligent. Oh, no, not sentient. It's an intelligent. Or did he say it's a sentient intelligence, maybe, or something? Everything is. Atoms, everything. It's made of this metaphysical blah blah blah, and all that sounds very familiar with our vitalists. So we can also maybe call it it's all the same thing here. These three kind of mallet, vitalism. And if you want to phrase it as a batav rather than just the tav of we are special, we are, whatever. If you want to include a condition, then if I am thinking, then it is via a non-physical process. Now, I also know that this batav not only doesn't work for other things in the brain, but also is probably quite annoying to hear from God people. Our model consists of atoms and molecules and physical laws. If our model consists of physical laws, and if there exists a powerful presence that I can feel, it feels like an external presence. So rather than talking about an internal presence, the only thing you have to change is make an external presence and then sort of generalize this to physical laws in general. And you've got a pretty common and annoying argument for God. So this looks like if feeling of some greater external powerful presence, then exists greater external powerful presence. So then your B prime we'll call it for the God one, is there exists this presence. And that needs to be reconciled with physical laws. I would say, whoa, how did you go and affirm that the presence actually exists? And then if you don't affirm that, if you just put in the bet of your parrot here, then how does a feeling of a presence and neurons physicking need to reconcile? And if you're saying to me, again, that a feeling and neuronal activity need to be reconciled, I'm again asking, why is it only about consciousness and the self? Why is it not about other things? And then, if you do say that about other things, if you say, yeah, no, because my dad has said decision making, which is so outrageous because we have a pretty, I don't really know what it is exactly, but Robert Sapolsky, who wrote the book Behave, did a pretty damn good job mapping out all the physical events from millions of years ago to moments before an action that lead to that action. And he was not like, oh, gosh, but I don't know how electron spins make these decisions, though. Or I don't know how this network is able to execute this command without using some quantum principles. So, yeah. And it's like also, why are we saying this so much when vision we know is a real phenomenon? We know that's a real phenomenon. 100%. Consciousness, we barely can define it. Vision, we can define. And all right, we have people who are blind, we have people who are seeing. It's very, very straightforward. We've got the lobe that's involved in it, where the perception modules are. We have a whole lot more than we do for consciousness, where we can't sort of point to a network or an arrangement or any quality that the experiences have in common besides being conscious. So how come y'all aren't freaking the fuck out? Okay, I get it. We have this occipital lobe and these neurons, but there's an image. There's an image in the brain. Forget the quality, the feeling of seeing a red apple. Just the fact that there is an image, regardless of how you feel about the image, just the fact that there is an image that can be engaged with, the fact that a memory can be studied. You can picture a situation. You don't realize that you're reconstructing it. You feel like you're just recalling it, but whatever. When you're doing that recall and you're wondering, is X the case? What was he wearing that day? Let me see. And then we were sitting there. Oh yeah, he was wearing red. That process, the ability to evaluate an image, so it needs to exist as an image in the brain so that other systems can engage with it. And we can even see it as we're talking. Just that process, without the qualia, without the feeling of red, but just the labeling of red. Why aren't we confused about that? Well, because of this. Because those don't trigger this alarm. The vision thing doesn't trigger this alarm. It's only when the whole process, nothing triggers it until it's like, okay, then this is happening to me. Once you introduce the self's role in the perception, well, of course that's going to trigger this. And of course we know that exists. So of course that's going to trigger this. And then, so then to you, this is going to make sense. Once this is triggered, then that's the boost needed for this to seem like it makes sense. Whereas it doesn't feel like it makes sense with a lot of other issues. Now, if you want to define consciousness as literally everything, like if you want to define it as decision making, emotion, oh my goodness, if you want to just ignore all the research that we've done in psych, oh my goodness. Why are you ignoring all that research about the frontal lobe and stuff? Why do you feel like there's something fundamentally missing from decision making? I would guess it's this. How come, and the last time I heard you mention decision making, you said, I wonder whether maybe the brain presents options to the consciousness. So this is screaming when you say that, right? That supposition is just absolutely screaming. Now, if you don't have critical recognition, you're not going to understand what the fuck I'm talking about when I say this is a mechanism that exists in your system, as evidenced by people's belief systems, and also as sort of justified or as made to make sense by, evolutionary psychology. What would be best for a system of disparate modules to not feel confused by the disparateness? So then I was like, all right, goodbye, cock. Once I realized that, once I was like, that just sounds like a God argument to me. I was like, goodbye, cock. So how's that? Is that clear? And that's pretty good as some first steps toward a manalaris. And all this is so important because it really helps organize your thoughts. The brain can't just be like, okay, that's wrong, and then like what to do about it. But you can ask the brain, hey, what's the ESIC? Yeah, damn, I wrote cock again. I think I changed the essic, and so the Kess is kind of wrong and doesn't quite correspond to this. But the brain can answer, what's the essic? What's the thing being discussed? Phrase it as a question. All right, good. That's the first step. Second step. Okay, what's the Kess of the person being evaluated? Or if it's pluralysis, like a dialerus or a wealerus, then what are the different Kess involved? Okay, then the brain can respond to the question. All right, so that Kess that you kind of loosely have a sense of, phrase it as an if-then. Start by putting the then. That's basically just the thing you have a sense of, that Kess. So it could be conscious, not physical, or fundamental pieces missing in the physical explanation, whatever. Okay. The brain can answer the question, and what did it seem like was supposed to lead to that? Oh yeah, well he said like we've got this thing about neurons interacting, and he also said we've got something about consciousness. And that's what he said before this. You can literally just use time sometimes. Sometimes it's that easy. So that can be done. Okay, you do some labeling and stuff to make it easier for that left brain interpreter, some categorizing. And also, by the way, some categorizing of the form. Right? We've got the conditions, the bet, and the tav, the consequent. Okay, we've got a sec. A sec is each piece. A sec can even be this, or maybe it would be more useful to call it a subsec. But each complete piece, not a complete like a whole where there's a bet and a tav, but a complete bet or one complete bet like we have here and here, a second complete bet. Okay, so then you identify that. Then the brain can say, hey, like, does this sing or show? Can't really figure out whether something's true or false like that. But with taking it one step at a time, does it sing or show? Yeah, this sings. Okay, so just for time's sake, we're just going to yep that then. What about this one? Does this sing? No, it shopes. Oh, it shopes? Then you need to raise it. Oh, that sounds complicated. What do you mean raise it? Oh, very simple. It's in the word. You need to figure out whether it's reasonable, empirical, imaginative enough, and humble or skeptical enough. And then if it's not one of those things, then call it out. I don't think that this is empirical. I don't know that that's cup. That's what we say. I don't think that that's it's necessarily based on the real world. Let's raise this in order to see whether this is reasonable, empirical, and so on. We need to see what would be the bet for this. Right now we see it as a bet, but every bet infinitely sort of, unless it's an axiomatic bet. But anyway, so let's figure out what the bet is for this. Well, it kind of sounded like he was saying the bet to establish this is this. Okay. So he's not saying that empirically we have determined that consciousness is a phenomenon. Okay. So it's more of that we reasoned it. Okay. So we need to see whether that's reasonable. Reason being the correct treatment of information. Here's the information, a feeling of consciousness. Are we treating it correctly to use that as a vehicle to get here? Are we interpreting that correctly to know this and lead us to believe that? Now the brain can't, I don't know. Of course, what you can say is does it sing or shope? It shopes. Okay, you don't know whether it shopes just because of the tab, or whether it's actually the move that shopes, or whether it's because of the bet maybe. Okay, you can't know for sure really. Sing or shope, you can kind of gut feeling. Does it sing or shope? Okay, so I'm gonna. For me, this definitely shopes, of course. So that shopes, which we have a symbol for, but never mind. I also don't know what it is right now. Let me see whether it's any good. Alright, so this is the symbol. Okay, so that shows. Okay. So then you ask the brain another simple question. Okay, well, where does it seem like it shows? Just go with a gut feeling. Now, that might be hard, or maybe you'll feel like it's there. But for me, the way I was able to figure out where it was is that I've got in my sit stem a whole bunch of axiomatic its, such as there exists in our sit stems the mallet naive realism. I know that. And so luckily, because of the association matrix that is the sit stem, I looked at this and it occurred to me. Okay? A call was put out. Hey, does this look familiar to anybody? And my knowledge my yit of this mallet spoke up. Said, yeah, you know what that looks like? That looks like naive realism or the sensor myth. Feeling equals existence. Ah, okay. Very good. So okay, so we'll say that's why it was shopping. Anyway, for that reason, we'll definitely sear that. Sear. Definitely need to sear that. Which means that because this tab appears as a bet here, gotta sear that as well. Which means, of course, if we're searing this bet, and if this bet is needed for this tab, we're searing this then, ultimately. I mean, we're searing the whole Kess. Now that you've gone step by step and done that, you have the humility, the critical recognition to know that you haven't done shit except for organize your thoughts a bit and get ready to maybe discuss it with someone. We haven't really done shit. You haven't figured out shit. Now, you can say, all right, you know, that's sufficient for me to not feel bad about having turned off the video, maybe. But you cannot say, yeah, I just proved Christoph Koch wrong. You cannot do that. Is that clear? If you said to Christoph Koch, I promise you, I'm just going back to the God ethic. So we've got this now. Can I erase this? I want to kind of do the same thing with the God thing to see whether indeed, as I claim, it is comparable. Okay, can we do that now? All right. Pause it if you need to get any last notes. Look at that. All that's possible with it theory. Otherwise, it just gets like, what? But we need ways to break shit down. So I should wash this. Is that it? Should I wash the eraser? I wanted to get whiteboard spray, but I couldn't find any. Or maybe I'll just shut the fuck up so that you can... Maybe I'm talking about something on the drive that I want to share with you. Okay. So... Now, we're not going to use the... there are two kinds of believers in the world. There are cupful believers. Believers who are cup. Who believe things that have been indicated by their interpretation of the objective reality around them, taking as much into account as possible and balancing it out. And then there are puck believers, or cupless believers. No, we'll just say cup believers and puck believers. Puck believers, it's not really about the evidence. You know, they'll use it if they have to debate you. They'll find some that sounds like evidence, but they don't really need it. Because I don't like that we call religious people believers and call scientific people non-believers. I believe lots of things. I believe I'm fucking talking to you. I believe this is useful. I believe evolutionary psychology can teach us a lot about psychology. I mean, I believe evolution can teach us a lot about psychology. I believe lots of things, but it's really important to me that these beliefs be up, which is not the case for everybody. So here's the puckers. So the ethic is God. The puckers go God. Okay. And let's say the cuppers go. How can you distinguish between affirming the absence? I mean, between affirming the absence and believing in the absence or abstaining, let's say, from belief. Cuppers, let's say, abstain. So the puckers are like God, the cuppers are like abstain. And then they mention, but also a lot of the specific things about God, I will say like, oh no, that's not where the universe came from, because I've been cupping and we've got other explanations that seem a lot more cup than one based on 40 texts written over the course of centuries with like 100 witnesses. We'll abstain. That's not nearly enough for us. Now you can show us hundreds of researchers, show us hundreds of experiments, show us thousands of texts and interpretations and testimonies. Oh, now we might be interested. But no. For this guide question, no. Your 40 books from all over the world, whatever you want, not enough for our beliefs, for us to believe. You guys are puckers, you know. You don't. You can. You know. We got to fill our cup in order to believe. We're cuppers. You know. We have to have a certain amount of evidence, relatively more than other alternatives, for us to yep. I guess. But you guys, y'all aren't cuppers. So y'all just pucker up and you know, we'll pucker up if we've got something to drink. But you just close your eyes and pucker up. I hope that was recording. That was all brilliant. You just close your eyes and pucker up. We keep our eyes open. We even sometimes look at the drink to see if it ain't poison. You just with the kiss. It's not necessarily a cup anymore. It can be kissing. You kiss the cuss. You kiss the cuss. Man, I gotta write a song, bro. Okay, anyway. So let's look at this now. So abstain. So we know that our tab here of the soup cast has to be abstain. I mean, has to be God, my bad. Because we're doing the puckers. Okay, so then gods exist. Okay, so what are they going there with? And we're gonna. I was saying that it was similar to the consciousness thing. So what was the consciousness thing? And let's see where that does indeed resemble a God argument that we hear. If our models of reality are physical well, the models aren't physical, but if our models of reality deem it physical and limited. See, here we have two sects within this first bet, because I don't want to rewrite it all. I mean, maybe, if you're doing the full thing, you should, but we've got the bet, if our models of reality deem reality physical, and if our models of reality deem this physical world sort of limited, that not just anything will happen, it's limited by cause, it's limited by certain principles of interaction, and if oh, sorry, this is wrong. God exists. Let's put it as, no, because I guess there is a difference between what's being asserted. On the one hand, it was we're missing something. On the other hand, it was God. Cox's tab was not consciousness exists, but that there is a piece missing to explain consciousness. So they're not saying there's, but we'll use it as there is something missing from the world. And then their ultimate cast. So this is actually their penultimate cast. Their ultimate cast is, which is a very familiar. Hold on. If if models inadequate, then choose a text for me. Okay, then accept Quran. Okay. Oh, watch this. Then accept. I have no idea what this is. No, it's Quran. It's fucking hell. It's Ein. Oh, fuck off. Fucking hell, why is nothing coming to mind right now? And then we'll have a noon. So golf. I'm not sure about this one, but it's fact, bro. Oh fuck, bro. Fuck, bro. Ra. Ein noon. Fuck, bro. Anyway, gosh, I don't know. That's definitely wrong, because those should not look the same. Anyway, and this should be going lower, and maybe the direction is wrong. Anyway, and that looks like a Z. Anyway, just wanted to a little commercial break to show you how smart I am. Look at that. I cannot spell Quran, but I almost can. So smart. Okay. So look at how smart I am. Boom. I know sometimes not pronounced, but I know that there is a T there. Okay, so, all right, so this is the ultimate case, okay? But the case that looks like the consciousness case, or the consciousness batav, if our models of reality deem it physical and limited, and so up here we have the part, which is if we feel God, then let's not say God. If we feel powerful presence, external, right? Because the internal one we call consciousness, I guess, or sometimes it's fifth man syndrome or whatever. If we feel powerful presence, then exists pow pres. All right, so now we've A, B, C, D. So now we've got B. And if exists powerful pres, well then a physical limited thing, let's say omnipowerful, omnipres, an omnipowerful omnipres, if there is that, and let's say we omni, or oh yeah, we can use the symbol for all. So if our models only talk about limited shit and physical shit, but there's also an all-powerful everywhere thing, well then our models are inadequate. Call that Y, Z. So that we've named each sec, right? Not each line. That's right. So if A, then B. If C and B, then Y, bro. Sorry. If C and D and B, which I established here, then Y, bro. And then ultimately, if Y, then Z, bro. Now, I suspect. Oh fuck! Am I not recording? Oh, I am. Was I? Fuck! Hold on. 2024 Fober 06 Deldy 1605. Got some really great news for you, bud. Thank goodness. Fucking date canceled. Got cold into work, so instead we're gonna see each other tomorrow. And I wanted to stay here with you, and I was worried, oh my gosh, do I have to go on this date, blah blah. So relieved. And also I was worried I wouldn't get any work done today. But then we ended up, Dad's messages ended up turning the lights on. Dad's messages ended up turning the lights on. And also turning the lights off for the whole, oh my gosh, I have a date later. That's good. And also what's good is that tomorrow I got to go to our job anyway. So so that's great. So then we don't have to anyway. Okay. So what would Christoph Koch say to this? Of course, I don't have anyone else to tell me right now whether this is not at all similar to the consciousness thing. And of course, we cannot assume that what Christoph Koch was saying about consciousness, that was like his full like thing. Just because you show an argument wrong doesn't mean that the person having that conclusion is wrong. They might have another argument. And also, all arguments are enthymemes with humans. And so of course, we should never expect total sufficiency in an argument. But we can say that this is very familiar. If the available explanations, if all but one of the available explanations explains it, sorry, if none but one, if no explanation, if there's only one thing that explains something, then believe that thing. Obviously, we evolved with that. Now that can be quite the mallet, though, because well, sometimes that explanation is wrong. Because we didn't say if only one explanation is evidenced, then use that thing. No, the it is if only one explanation explains it. And for us in the brain, explain means offer a story that's coherent, that doesn't set off any alarms. And the way we've evolved, the God explanation doesn't set off any alarms. It's the craziest thing, but it doesn't. And Sam Harris has quite a few good sort of examples of like, if we use that same thinking on some other issue, like what was one I saw him say, if you every morning you wake up and you make some pancakes and you say some words in Latin, so these pancakes become the body of Elvis Presley, and then you believe that you are consuming the flesh of Presley, you'd be crazy. They'd be, well, what are you talking about? They wouldn't even ask you for your evidence. That's insane. That sets off alarm bells. Now, because of our social proof it, which says that whatever other people say is true, or whatever the majority or the in-group says is true, well, because of that, if you got a whole bunch of people saying this thing about Elvis and his pancakes, that's no longer going to set off alarms. The social proof it is going to come in and is going to pulse the alarms. And so then the belief will go unopposed. Okay, so it's not really the craziest thing, and it makes a lot of sense. It makes sense why we have the social proof it. It makes sense that it would have that effect on our activity. So, all right. Anyhow, so and so we see the same thing with consciousness. If you apply that argument, or if you try to use the argument that we had seen before for consciousness, which I am claiming is similar to this, then it doesn't work for anything else. But it's permitted in that case by the social proof it, but also by the essence mallet, the sense that I exist as a non-physical thing. And of course, we needed the sense of unity, and it's very difficult to see the physics of unity because it's almost an emergent thing, unity, with all these different interactions and cause and effect. And you can't just like look at sometimes unity. You can look at that they're all in the same skull, but they're not all connected. And it's also like, anyway, it's just very difficult for our brain to see how the brain could be the mind. Anywho, so all right. So our models of reality deem it physical and limited. Usually don't like when puckers talk about science, because they're puckers. They don't cup anyway. So, and they often don't cup because they have a terrible understanding of what science is. But suppose, and I would say, like, hang on, like, this shapes a little bit. What do you mean limited? It's expanding infinitely, they say. What do you mean physical? There is magnetic forces between these physical objects. There are photons, there are electrons, which, blah, blah. So, but you know what? For our intents and purposes, I'm going to yuck this. Okay, now I'm going to go here. I'm going to go, whoa, ho, ho, ho. Hold on. I got to raise this, bro. What's the bet for this? Okay, so here it is. Power, all-powerful presence. What's the bet for that? If I feel an all-powerful presence. Oh, no, dude. That's a classic naive realism mallet. Classic, bro. So, hell no, bro. I'm going to sear that, bro. And I'm also, by, transitive property or whatever, I'm going to sear this as well. So I want to sear that. So you can't, I want us to douse this. For my purpose, I'm going to sear this. And now this has been called into question. Well, what does that mean? Well, what depends on this? This depends on this. Why does? Sear that shit. This betav depends on it. Because here's our Y again. Sear that shit. I think that Christoph Koch would absolutely raise and sear the same things as I did. I don't know how much he knows about naive realism, but this would strike him as, this would show. He would say, I think there's a logical error here. I don't know whether there's a name for it or what. There's an issue there. So I think he would say that about God, assuming he's atheist. Now, here's the question, bro. How come he doesn't do that with the consciousness? Well, bro, that's simple, and you know the answer. But I'll humor you and show you. So you have all this? You have all this? I'll humor you and show you. Oh, I'm going to humor you and show you. Just give me a little bit longer. And then I'm going to humor you and show you. What we're going to do is map it so we can see before our eyes how Koch's system is all like, oh, there must be something. And Francis's system. But Francis Crick's system was more like, not necessarily. And I'm open to it, but not necessarily. Oh yeah, we're doing a map it. So not necessarily. What was that? Everything you are. Who said that? Everything you are is neurotransmission. Is synaptic activity. Alright, so why do some people, let's compare the map it of someone who subscribes to illusionism and how about we'll call them, in order to be as insulting as possible, vitalists. Which, if I had a partner doing this Manalaris with me, or of course if I had a partner doing the Dialaris with me, representing a different caste from mine, then they would fairly, hopefully, point out, hey, that's not fair, and I would change that. But I'm all alone here, so. Illusionists. You know what? You can call them vitalists or sentimentalists. A term from the French Revolution, I think. of people who thought the truth was written on their hearts. Okay. All right, so let's do a map it. So we know what the X livery is. The X livery is non-phenomenal consciousness. And then this one here, their X livery. Should we go X livery? X livery. And we can have in livery. Very good. This is going to be great. I'm very excited about this. So their X livery is phenomenal consciousness. Okay, so why is the illusionist system X livering phenomenal consciousness, or non-phenomenal, and the vitalist system is X livering phenomenal? Okay, well, let's take a look at the in liveries, because we have a tendency to expect anyway that a difference in X liveries because of a difference in livery. I do not personally suspect that here, but we'll see. Okay. So, what kind of in liveries do we have? We have, I don't know how to note or numerate these. Experience. Our experience is something that is going into our it's part of our system, but it's also an input to our system as we consider this question, the ethic of phenomenal or non-phenomenal consciousness. So we have experience. It's because I'm using it for the first time. Come on, bro. No, that made it worse. No, we don't want red. All right, what am I asking now? Okay. So we have experience. I'm getting really hot, bro. We can open up some more windows. Probably have to change stuff around, but whatever. I'm gonna say neuro data. I don't know. Okay. Now, simply put, and here's now this. Well, I don't know what this is gonna be, but all right. Simply put, feel like all right. Just take this with a grain of salt because obviously I'm speaking as an illusionist. So obviously I think I am being rational and that they are not. So when I do the map bits, I'm going to include mallets there. And I may not think of any mallets here. In fact, I may think it's the perfect treatment of information, that there are no mallets involved. So take it with a grain of salt. Because that's basically what I was going to say. It's like you have the experience and the neuro information. No. The experience is triggering the it that we all have of I exist. Okay? I exist. Okay. So our experience is, of course, triggering that it for everybody. Okay. Everybody has that. So that's being triggered. You can basically say this is a belief in a phenomenal consciousness. So I exist. I exist. I singular. Oops, that's not singular. Well, there's no accent for singular, actually. There's just an accent for plural. So I exist. I exist. Oh, so we can say I don't exist. Okay. I exist. I don't exist. I is a label for lots of things. There isn't like a. Maybe we can do that, or maybe alternatively. But I am pretty sure that the thing we feel, subjectivity, that qualia, whatever, that is what we're talking about. All right. So, well, this is actually sufficient here. Boom. Experience indicates I exist. Boom. So I don't really know what their other actual evidence is. All my dad says is, hey, we should look at quantum mechanics to explain this. I'm like, yeah, but how do you get there? He's like, well, how do you think we make decisions? What about life is different from non-life? What about that feeling of consciousness experiencing? Because surely you're not going to try to tell me that the very fact that there is experience proves that. Because this experience as an in livery, it is you who is interpreting it as a singular phenomenon or attributing it to a singular entity or power or whatever. Whereas Bruce Hood, no, not Bruce Hood, Chris Niebauer would refer to the self or the consciousness as a verb, as just doing. When certain things are happening, that is the self. The self is not a noun. It's a gerund, kind of, which is a noun, but you know what I mean. Of course, we have to, we have to raise this, be very specific about our definition, all that. All right, but anyway, this is just like a prototype of a comparative map it. All right, so we've got whatever this is. We all have it, and it triggers in all of us this, and we know why it would. We know why it would. We also know there's a very similar one. We also know there's a very similar one that goes. Is that right? For the definite to say the. So that means kind of person, that middle character. This means person. And, no. Okay, so this means person, this means the person. Or what we can do is we can do the capital person, capitalized person, which is just going to be a line above. Where is that? A line above. Okay. We also know that this organizer, this capital person, this capital entity, we also know we have not only the I exist, we have this big other exists. And that is also often triggered by our experience. Okay, so that's a mallet as well. Anyway, so yeah, these are very similar. You understand? Put that down. I'm not gonna note on the board, but put that down. Those are similar. The difference is just internal, external. Either way, it's something that we experience but don't really have direct evidence for. And see, that's what happens. The neuro data are such that, I'm practicing using data plural, are such that they don't lead here. So I focus mostly on naming mallets. I don't really know how to name like reasonable things. I don't know what to call this, the treatment that goes from, all right, well, the neuro data has shown us, so it'd be like, if more and more nearing all mental events are observed and modeled according to neurobiology, Newtonian. I don't know whether it's fair to say Newtonian because there's still ion channels and shit. According to current, we'll just say according to current neurobiology, we haven't left any room for the tab. I don't want to rewrite that. All right, hold on. All right, we'll call this W, okay? And we'll say if W, then neurobiology, no, then, right, then, and this is our X, then apply same models, or no, then apply, then trust paradigm for unexplained. So that's one it. And that is a psychological it, right? If something is showing promise, then it is promising, right? So we haven't really, I have not been disappointed in what neural networks have been able to explain. So I've got the it, which can be a mallet. You're absolutely right. So we'll say, we'll call this trust. Not a great name, but we'll call it trust. And that absolutely can be a mallet. And so then when, so then there's I exist, and then neuroscience data, and all it's talking about are neurons. Those get factored into trust the thing that is explaining, which means that this gets shut down. Boop. That gets shut down. It's the other way. It's like, boop. That gets shut down. And it leads to this, basically. So, trust current empiricism, or empirical findings, or empirical models, or something. But if we're looking at the one we evolved with, it's not quite that rational. It'd be more like just, it's very similar to sunk cost fallacy, isn't it? Yeah. You know what? To be fair to you guys, I'm going to put sunk costs. What if it is that? Oh, well, we've already invested all this stuff in neural networks. So we have to keep focusing on that and not believe that there's something else needed. We have to keep going into that. Let's not change course. Huh, interesting. Interesting. Now, of course, what I would say is the bonnet of if something's showing promise, then it's promising, bro. I would say that that's what's happening. And that's why, and that's the one that's pulsing that, because my experience hasn't shown as much promise as science. So they get compared here, and this gets told to shut the fuck up. And so we arrive at, it's an illusion. This cannot be trusted. This can. On the other side, they say, we're going to suppose this. My dad doesn't, I guess, trust this because he thinks there's something enormous missing from explaining decision making. But hopefully Christoph Koch accepts most of this, but this has more weight than his empirical it. So everybody, any scientist should have. My dad does not, I don't believe, but any scientist should have an empirical it. And if I was being really generous, I'd say that that's the one that cancels this, gives preference to this, and it slivers this. If I was being really, but if indicated, then is true. If indicated by observation and research, then true. That's the empirical it. So then his empirical it is just like, yeah, I hear that there's good stuff here. I get all this data coming in. But we need to research more. We need to be more empirical in a little bit of a different direction because this is co-livering with it. So here we have a co-livery. Here we have a co-livery here. Here we have a surlivery. One of these three or some other it is surlivering this one, is ex-livering in the place of that one. Here we have a co-livery of the essence it and the empirical it. There we have a surlivery. Now a real vitalist, a real sentimentalist actually, so not Koch, but a real sentimentalist, it's gonna be a surlivery, and it's this one that surlivers that one. So that's for Koch. But then a real vitalist, it's gonna be a surlivery. So, yeah. Oh shit, I got it going. I was thinking the wrong way. But anyway, I was thinking the wrong way. I thought I drew it the wrong way for what I was thinking. Then I realized I was thinking it the wrong way. So maybe the way I drew it was right. And yes, yeah. Because the X needs to be down here. Because the essence mallet is surlivering the empirical one. Now the empirical one ultimately gets out, but it's modified. It's like, oh, we need to do more empiricism. Whereas the empirical, it tends to be, yeah, but what we've seen so far, what does it indicate? So, I don't figure out I didn't figure out the notation and all the symbols and stuff. But, there you go, bro. And this is how you got to do it, because 3 months ago, I couldn't even done that. But by just walking into the dark, doing what I can, lights start to come on along the way. There you go, boom.
Bleu, plastique. Et à l'intérieur.
Ouais, j'ai vu. Ah, c'est l'intérieur.
On a une là-bas.
Il y a plein de tickets de caisse qui
sont easy.
Alright, fuck, I didn't look at the time. And I don't want to stop right now. Hold on, 2 seconds. So 2024, Fober, 06, Deldy, 1638. Alright, so let's apply it to Dad. Or not, it shouldn't take long. So Dad said, so Dad doesn't have critical recognition, which is why we're not interested in engaging. One of the most important pieces of critical recognition is recognizing the agit, that there is a module of it's in the system whose job it is to defend anything that comes out of the system, really, especially anything the system seems to yep, especially anything that's being challenged. And if you have critical recognition and you know about this agit, you know that's the lawyer of the mind, you know that it doesn't really care about being cup or about being empirical or anything like that. What it really just cares about is saying things that don't set off alarms but support whatever the conclusion is. And that's where we see some of the best examples of fallacies. When people, when none of the self-evaluation are running, all resources have been allocated to the agit, which is not interested in self-evaluation, just in sort of promotion, not self-promotion, but a product, the promotion of a product of self or of the mind. So we see things like so I don't know, it's already called something, so whatever name we give it now is only temporary. But we saw in the previous video, we saw the mallet we'll call it Cyrex for now. So the Cyrex mallet, so this is siren plus explanation, and a siren is something that sings, and to sing means it makes sense to the mind, it sets off no alarms. It's the opposite of shope. And a siren is something that sings, but is not actually reasonable. And an explanation is an explanation. So what is this Cyrex mallet? So it goes like this. If exists only one singing explanation, then, right, accept it. So that's Cyrex, which is not always a mallet, but can be a mallet when it isn't co-livering with the bonnet if imperex, which is like if only one empirical explanation, and maybe there are several empirical explanations, but the most well supported, and the other ones there are empirical counter evidences, whereas for this one there's no empirical counter evidence, then accept it. So when this livers, in spite of this not being activated, that's when this is a mallet. And then also if you commit to that, it's a mallet. So, for instance, I saw a video yesterday where a woman says, I believe in my God because my grandson, he was 2 years old, and the last MRI they did, he had cancer. And the last MRI they did, his pituitary gland tumor had completely disappeared. Well, I don't have a scientific explanation of remission that sings for me. But what I do have that doesn't set off any alarms, because I'm a fucking human brain, is that God intervened. Because whatever. And that sings to me. God intervened, so I'm going to, that explanation sings, so I'm going to accept that explanation. And the guy in the video, hopefully I've remembered to include it, said something great, which was, hold on. Because she had said something like, I don't see any other way that this is possible. And he pointed out, see, you're not affirming God. You're not saying, hey, here's the evidence, here's the empirical information to indicate God. You're saying that because there isn't any other explanation that works for you, then you're accepting God. But there isn't anything to indicate God. All right, now we've also got the mallet appeal to ignorance. Okay, apigno, which is if we don't know, now this has a lot of different forms. It can be if we don't know, then true. It can be if we don't know, false. Is that a comma? Then true. Is that little circle there on the right side? Oh, come on, I want to smoke a drink. Let's go. Where's knowledge? Oh no, mind. No, where's logic? True. Let's go. Yes. Okay. So if we don't know, yeah, but you don't know what happened in this situation. Therefore, we can say God happened. So if you don't know, then the thing is true. Right? That means thing. Let's separate the tab symbol a bit. Then thing is true. Thing is true. If it can be if you don't know that it's true, then it's false. Okay. So there are a few different appeal to ignorance fallacies. Another one. If you don't know, then you need something, a new explanation. You need something new. You need to go a different direction. Then you need to, that should just be a delta. Then you need to change. If you don't know, then you got to change. That's not working. Obviously, we have to give up on that. Right? We see a lot of this with science. Although generation after generation, science is learning more and more. Every single generation, they arrive, science knows these things, and they say, wait, so it doesn't know everything? Oh, then fuck that. So my dad, he texted me. I was going to read the messages, but I did. He texted me that, maybe nature has figured out how to use certain quantum principles and properties, which by itself, fair enough, in order to do things. Absolutely. Okay. Now, my objection is that, well, we don't need that. We have an empirical explanation. So let's stick with that. And my dad keeps saying, well, because we don't know, and that's what Koch was saying, because we don't know, we need something else. Because we don't know, it's false. And then my dad is also using, because we don't know that this quantum thing is impossible, then it is worth exploring. And it's his number one thing. He can't entertain any alternative. So he's doing more than just claiming that it's not a stupid waste of time. He's claiming, he's putting a lot of his eggs in that basket. Because otherwise, why the fuck would he be talking about it all the time when I have pretty thoroughly explored the empirical explanation of mental events, and he doesn't want to hear shit. He tells me I should go study decision making. Okay, again, I no sentence comes to mind to explain decision making, but also I still do think that it theory does sort of model it, which is you have all these its that are interacting and they're hitting these different nodes where sums are being done between the different votes. I mean, yeah, that's decision making, bro. But he wants some conscious thing to be doing the decision making, even if the brain prepares the choices. So obviously, so this is something that we see often with God and with quantum stuff. Because quantum stuff, it does not have evidence yet. We have evidence for why it's not completely absurd to spend a moment thinking about it. Because, yeah, there is such a thing as quantum tunneling, quantum computing. But it isn't as much evidence as people are acting like, where they're all like, oh, see, this must be what it is. Must be. Whoa, ho, 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 ho. We've got something pretty good here. Okay? Now, you could, of course, phrase this as the mallet, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, which can sometimes be a mallet. But no, this empirical word. And it's not like we're not saying let's not develop, because we are pursuing this, the biochemistry that the empirical explanation we already have. We're pursuing it to explain more. Quantum is not an empirical explanation yet, not any more than God is, but I mean any more than it's an empirical explanation for fucking paradise, bro. I mean, I asked Dad, what is consciousness? He can't define it, bro. He says, the feeling of, wait, so you don't know how emotions work? No, like decision making. Oh, you think decision making needs quantum stuff? What? You never heard of the prefrontal cortex? What? And what does the quantum stuff fucking need? We know about GABA. We know about glutamate. Well, what do you need the quantum? How are the neurons not communicating already? Like, why do they need help interacting? No, but the feeling. I get that I can't give you an explanation for the feeling, but there is no reason to look beyond this yet. Just no reason, bro. Just like, and through the ignorance fallacy, you can think that you're making up a reason. You say, yeah, but because this so far hasn't done everything. I mean, obviously, they still want to be empirical. I'm getting confused between when this Cyrex versus empirics and the God thing, whereas this is more of current versus new for the consciousness thing. Anyway, but we just clearly see certain players. We know that quantum stuff doesn't have the same empirical clarity that biological stuff does. We know that. We know that the biological stuff is doing a fucking good job. Okay, no, maybe not for consciousness for some people, but for some illusionists, yes. Anyway, I'm getting tired. So, but there's just a couple other mallets I wanted to write. So you talk about quantum tunneling. Now, if he knows about his agit, if he had critical recognition, he knew about his agit, he would know, as I said in a recent video, agilité, so your ability to agit, agilité, your ability to agit is not an indication of your grasp of truth, because the brain is always good at agiting. The brain can agit that God exists, anything, literally anything. Look around, look at the things that kinds of arguments that human brains are making. The human brain can make any case, okay? So if you know this, you have to keep your eye out for it, and you have to go, hang on, why might I agit in this situation? All right, so why might Eris agit in this whole consciousness situation? All right, very simple. Eris is scared of responsibility. I think there's plenty of evidence to the contrary, but obviously, if you want to agit that, there is plenty of evidence you can use to get to this tab. Eris is scared of responsibility. So Eris does want to believe that there is this all powerful consciousness that everybody's talking about, this free will and stuff, because then that means that he has to do something different. I can tell you right now, I'm very happy with my life. It is true though that in school, it gave me a lot of peace as I realized there wasn't free will. Because having ADHD, you can get very confused. Like, how come I can't turn my free will on? I know I have to get up and go to class. How come the body isn't moving? I know I have to focus on this. How come I'm fucking not? Yeah. So you could, if you wanted, you could say, "Oh, Eric's scared of." That's the only reason he's saying that consciousness isn't real. You know what's so funny? That my dad and I are very similar. He is maybe even less productive or effective or functional than I am. One, because he refuses to take medicine. So where is his belief in this conscious, spectacular, missing fundamental piece event thing? Because we have the same issues, same behavioral issues. We try to get one thing done a day, and we're lucky if we get that. But I guess he isn't scared of it. He's 75, still doesn't figure out how to flip the free will switch. But the conscious controller switch. If I know something, then I will behave according to that switch. If I believe in a certain thing or think that a certain thing is good or bad, then my behavior will reflect that switch. If I value listening and I'm talking to someone in a discussion, then I'm going to listen to what they are saying switch, which are all on the conscious switchboard. Or it can also be activated through practice and things, but he doesn't believe in that, right? He believes in a conscious essence that can just make decisions and do things. That's not, I don't know. Anyway, so that means that every time you have an agit, even if you're just spitting them out like that, you got to stop and go, oh shit, I got to check each one of these. So my dad is, I think, clearly agiting by saying that quantum tunneling is so worth exploring for psychology to understand our current biology, because maybe Mother Nature had beat us to it. Mother Nature didn't create beings that were self-aware, that knew that they were brains. We have created beings that know what they are. We have. Ask ChatGPT what it is. It will not talk to you about a soul or anything like that. It has basic self-awareness. So I'm thinking it's possible that Mother Nature, just like she didn't invent fucking iPhones, fucking internet packets, data packets, or whatever, it's very possible that Mother Nature didn't actually crack, even with her billions of years, didn't crack how to take advantage of quantum stuff. And also, she didn't have billions of years, because most life comes from certain main ancestors. So if she figured it out after about 1 billion years, she was like, oh, I got you. So then if the gene is like this and affected by this quantum event, and then the epigenetics and blah, 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 okay, great. Well, then she's got to start over, which means that any quantum being would have to be the descendant of, about some quantum ancestor. I mean, that can come gradually, the quantum thing. But like, are we going to say that plants are quantum? Are you not satisfied with phototropic explanations? I mean, yes, there's quantum stuff, because quantum is all of nature, but it's not quantum stuff that defies the macro stuff in plants. Or are you saying that? Anyway, so let's say that nature figured out the value of quantum tunneling. And you say that because humans have figured it out, even though very different MOs. But in any case, what was I talking about? What's my point? Is that oh yeah, but why are you talking about that? Necessity should be the mother of conception, the mother of question, because there's something missing. Now I get that because of this mallet. I get that because of that mallet, you feel like something's missing. You hear this screaming in you, and it isn't vibing with the neuro data. I get that. But be honest with yourselves, guys. If I was able to say, hey, look, here's how this quantum event, blah, blah, and I broke it down for you, how the fuck are you going to be satisfied? You honestly believe, bro? Hold on, bro. Let me look at you. You honestly believe that if I say to you, okay, here's how consciousness and the experience of thinking works. When this neural network involved in taste is activated, and this neural network involved in preference is activated, because of quantum entanglement, those two events, not because they're connected physically, but because there are components of these networks that are quantumatically entangled, because of that entanglement, this activity and this activity, consciousness. I feel like there's nothing that's going to be able to be like, see, now that makes sense. It has to stay a mystery. It's just like God, bro. If you break down God and you say, like, so you gotta go really far. So first of all, let's say how he created the earth, let's say. So he took rocks. Well, where did these rocks come from? So he made rocks using some materials, and then he had these muscles, or this sort of means of constructing, and he had physical means of bonding things, or he used magnetic fields to get things to blah blah. Anyway, even if you fully develop this explanation, first of all, anybody who's taking the explanation seriously is going to have a shit ton of questions. Wait, so what is that about the magnetic thing? And how did that happen? How did those interact? Blah, blah, blah. First of all, you're going to have a shit ton of questions. And second of all, they're fucking not going to be satisfied. You've just unwoven their rainbow. They're going to go, yeah, but look at this beautiful world. This has to have been done by a, an omni something above anything that we can possibly know. That's what they want. Same thing with consciousness. It has to be, the explanation has to be beyond anything that we already have, because anything that we already have, we're able to sort of visualize the mechanics of it. And anytime we visualize the mechanics of something, well, we can't reconcile it with the phenomenon of the thing, with the experience. And so the only thing that can be reconciled with our magical experience is a mysterious fucking explanation, a magical explanation where there is no associated specific imagery of the mechanisms. Because as soon as you break it down into the imagery of the mechanisms, you say it's this plus this interacting gets that, they're going to go, how the fuck could that come from this plus this? But if you say, oh, it's like something like that, or that's not exactly it, but it's like something makes that, they'll go, oh, okay, sure, yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so quantum tunneling, that may be what it does. I don't really know what that is, what that means, what that looks like. I could talk to you about neural networks all day long, but I don't see how neural networks can get there. But I do see how this much more blurry explanation, where I don't have concrete images, can be this abstract thing. That's the issue. You can't, the human brain has trouble believing that a concrete thing can be an abstract thing. Okay? So, but then if you talk about an abstract thing, like quantum mechanics and its potential, well, that can be an abstract thing. If you can't define this thing, well, since I can't define consciousness, I need an explanation that I also can't define or understand. Then you're going to find that if you ever dare to try to define consciousness, you actually might see how the pieces add up when you try to concretize consciousness. But no, you will never find a concrete explanation, a satisfying concrete explanation for an abstract thing, as long as you categorize that as abstract and that as concrete. That's what I'm supposing. And I think that kind of makes sense, because of course we would evolve to distinguish between intentions and rocks, between that which we can see and that which we can't see, that which we can manipulate easily and with familiarity, and that which we can't. And to categorize those things as different things, to have a protected category of abstract. You see a lot of these things in this category, and people are just like, no, fuck that, can't be concrete. Love is a big one. Love is a huge one. Right? Oh no, that can't be chemicals. I have a feeling of love. That can't be chemicals. That can't, yeah. So anyway, that's my prediction. As soon as if someone comes up, that's what you need to do, a test. Some quantum physicist should write something that a smart layperson can be impressed by. But they have to, no, but the words can't be made up. Because if you say, well, consciousness is ba-da-da, da-la-la-la, oh, okay, I got you, bro. Yeah, hell yeah. Right? So if it feels unfamiliar, just like consciousness sort of does, if it feels abstract, then we're going to accept it as an explanation. So now the trouble with quantum mechanics, very difficult to talk about it in terms that can feel concrete to a human brain, because it did not at all evolve needing to sort of process or be aware of that kind of sub-reality, that kind of that level of reality. it is only used to Newtonian concepts, right? So even when we imagine something entangled, we're kind of compelled to imagine at least some blurry thing connecting the two. Anyway, but it feels magical, quantum entanglement. I don't know what quantum tunneling is. I don't have this screaming, so I don't need to look at the wild west of science for an explanation about what is already in Philadelphia being worked on. All right, something is there. We should name something. So the problem with consciousness is the distinctive. This is not bad. So the problem consciousness is about distinctive categories of reality. And you will never be able to give an objective, concrete explanation of something that is not in the objective, concrete category in the mind of reality. Boom. So what do we call that? So one category, first of all, one tangible, two intangible. And we've seen this conflict before, whether it's about intention or they're related to consciousness, or whether it's about love or emotion, right? Everybody says, you can't find emotion in the brain. What the fuck are you talking about? And why don't you care about information? So we have tangible and intangible. And the brain, with its categories, which we understand thanks to Niebauer, Dr. Chris Niebauer. Wow. Boom, we've solved consciousness. Honestly, we've done it. I mean, yeah. Because the whole question of consciousness, the reason why it's a hard problem is because it's hard for the human brain. So why was it hard for the human brain? Because it's not that hard in reality to just understand that words, thought, visuals, reactions, experiences, feelings, emotions are neurochemical processes. I mean, even that sentence is hard because look what I've just done. I've talked about a bunch of things that we would put in this category and said that it is that category. So yeah, that's not easy. That's why it's called the God of the gaps, soul of the gaps, consciousness of the gaps. See, if Dad were caught up, he would not be attributing decision making to consciousness. He would have said, "Okay, I can accept that research and decision making with neural networks can explain decision making." So then he would so the gap would become a little bit smaller, the unexplained void become a little bit smaller, and he would say, "Yeah, but what about the experience of making the decision?" And then I say, well, here's how experiences happen. Here's how here's where, when a person's thinking about themselves, that's happening. When a person's processing an experience, it's this network. Okay, sure, I'll accept that. But how does it how does that actually lead to this feeling? And now what you found is, the issue isn't that he doesn't have an explanation. The issue is that his explanation is in a different category from the thing that's meant to be explained. But in reality, these categories don't exist. There is not objectively things that have the quality of being touchable, understandable, and manipulable by humans, and things that don't have that quality. That is not a defining feature of things. In some senses, you could say everything is intangible. Everything's just sort of a representation in the mind. But also you could say everything's tangible. Everything is a neural representation, and everything is, even air. I don't feel like I can touch it, but oxygen and hydrogen and nitrogen, those are real, tangible things. So if you refer to your emotion as tangible, if you're able to slip it into that category somehow, and say that or at least try to remove it forget this category somehow and say the world is the world, and the world does shit, and shit happens. If we try to remove these categories, then we just maybe less an alarm goes off when I tell you that your anger is a physical event, is a sort of a tangible thing. Or not, we forget the categories. It's just a thing that happens. And I know it's shocking, and it feels like a real violation, but that's not a reason to not believe it. There you go. Look at that. Well, what do we call this? What do we call this? All right, let's brainstorm on that. Let's smoke a little joint and think about what do we call this category issue, and the fact that a human mind will not accept a tangible explanation for a thing it considers intangible. And vice versa. You could say that one of the things that sort of gives clarity to atheists is they're like, how could... Now, I think it is much easier for us to have an intangible explanation for something tangible than it is for us to have a tangible explanation for something we consider intangible. So it's going to be something like the... so we want... We'll think about that. Let's think about that.
Il dit qu'il n'était pas internet. Pourquoi pile à ce moment-là, ça bug?
Mais pourquoi tu t'es pas envoyé les screens? C'est ça que tu voulais faire? Tu cherchais les directions?
Oui.
Ah bah il fallait juste envoyer les trucs. Attends, moi je te coupe ton internet. Et moi je t'envoie. Alright, so I feel like we've got enough words. The left brain interpreter has done enough for us to move this out loud and start doing this together. So there's something conversion, mutability, transference, the lack of, the inability to do that, the intangibility. It's something about the stickiness of the intangibility category. Once our brain has been able to say or to categorize something or to assign something the property of being intangible, once it gets that assignment that this is intangible, that sticks, it becomes very difficult for the brain to be able to conceive of it as a tangible thing. Maybe that's something. So, sticky intangibility. Intangibility? I don't know. All right, so we've got sticky intangibility. Call it that, maybe. Another one is... Sorry, let's talk about why do we have a sticky intangibility category? Why is that property so sticky? What would be the evolutionary advantage to being resistant from moving back and forth? And I'm wondering, is tangibility, is that a sticky? Don't bloody think that it is. I don't think that tangibility is sticky. I think people love to find out that things that were considered tangible are intangible. Now, maybe that's because originally the person considered the thing intangible, and then scientists were saying, hey, it's tangible. And they were like, all right, fine, I'll accept that, but don't love it. It does not sing. And then when they see, a new possibility that's intangible, like quantum mechanics or whatever, élan de vie, whatever, then they return to that. So that might just be further evidence of sticky intangibility. What was my point? Is tangibility as sticky? So what is something where we all past involves seeing it as tangible, and then we realize that it was intangible? Well, matter. We evolved to see what we touch as fundamentally tangible. So to find out that the tangibility at least isn't what we thought, that it's mostly empty space. Wow, that's mostly empty space? That's not sitting well with me. That's not sitting well with me. So of course we should have originally had only basically a tangible category. And then this may be a byproduct of our sort of increased intelligence, the sticky intangibility. Suppose we started with only a tangible category, no concept of the intangible, of course. So we had a very sticky, tangible category. It was our only category, our only concept. And then as we start to have more folds and be able to imagine and develop new ideas, because there's so much interaction between the axiomatic its, and so there's so many levels to it that by the end, the output of the system, given the basic its, something totally different. And that totally different thing might not actually even exist in reality. And so now we are talking about something imagined, but intangible. Also, we developed, as we were developing our capacity for language, we, able to have these words, these sounds, these intangible sounds and concepts as they exist in our mind be representative of real things, such that now, I don't know what the research says, but you should look at it. And I wonder if you looked at every thing a person talked about in each of their sentences, in the time that they were talking, how much of it was about real, tangible stuff, and how much of it would we consider intangible stuff. And we would see that most of our conversations these days, as opposed to, 10,000 years ago, are about intangible stuff. Stuff like economic value, stuff like gods, morality, stuff like that. So then how did we get there? Because it's pretty cool that we're doing that. I mean, obviously, yes, we're doing a little bit too much. We need to be mindful. We need to remember this is real. This is now. The realest thing in front of me is this fake wood. Not my visions of the future, not the words and concepts and characters on the board and the things that, this looks tangible to me. It looks like, I've got such a concrete sense of what the word tangible means, but this is just some squiggles that are associated with some things that I qualify with the property of tangible, right? And we've been learning recently from Niebauer, I think it was Niebauer, yeah, who talked a lot about mistaking the map for the territory. So we do that. And the fact that we do that, the fact that we take so seriously the map, the symbols, and that we engage with references to things as though they were as important as the things themselves, well, fuck, dude, look what we're able to do. We're able to take all of these ideas and make them tangible, which kind of conflicts with... Well, anyway, and then I guess a byproduct of that is that if it isn't you making... So if we develop this obsession with intangible things, making these things that aren't real, that aren't touchable, these organizations of the real things, these qualities, aspects of real things. If we're obsessed with that, then there might be a byproduct that we have a preference for it. That could, and if that byproduct arises, that would contribute to the stickiness of the intangibility category, because there's some kind of a preference, a vaunting. So what if we develop some kind of aversion towards tangible? It became a less sticky category, and we became obsessed with filling this category, talking about discovering all the things that we don't see. And one good consequence of that is that by obsessing over those things that we don't see, of the importance of those things, we made some of them into things that we can see. And then also, but then one consequence is that sometimes conceptually we had trouble going back. Unless you physically made it, you went from the idea to the thing. Even then, you're obsessed with intangibility. You value ideas. So ideas were a thing, and this product is a thing. They are both two real things, you think. Both two, and one of them is tangible, one of them is intangible. So yeah, you're adding to the tangible world. You're not moving away from intangibility necessarily. Especially you want new ideas, there are new questions about these ideas. This is what the best of minds do. The best of minds are obsessed with the intangible. And a simple consequence of the way that happened to be programmed is that we get a little bit stuck in the intangible. We forget that this still should be the priority and the basis. There you go. So now if we have a thing and we have considered it of the category intangible, my claim here is that we have some trouble switching it to that category. Now we can make a thing that is tangible, but we have trouble switching the idea itself to considering it as being tangible, as this neural network in time, for instance. Okay, right. So the sticky intangibility, I think, sort of makes sense to me, and it's holding so far. So how would you test that? No. I had other stuff about. I still have to bake this a little bit longer. Sticky tangibility. Sticky intangibility. So why would it be advantageous for us to evolve keeping intangible things in the intangibility category? And that's a big thing about religion, right? God is defined as intangible. His intangibility is extremely sticky. All right, so I'm very happy with this sticky intangibility. So consciousness, of course, we evolved to, maybe even genetically, or maybe it's something we are predisposed to learn and we learn it very quickly. But anyway, a person's identity, desires, plans, memories, none of that shit was tangible. Still isn't. I mean, it's theoretically tangible. We know it's tangible. We can't fucking tange it. I mean, sometimes, but, it's barely. So, of course, our system, yeah. Now, there's something I keep thinking, but it keeps not sort of being relevant, but I'm going to say it anyway now, before I lose it, is what about resource economy? Is that in the Conil concepts? That needs to be in the corneal concepts. That needs to be in the corneal concepts. That needs to be in the corneal concepts. Okay, we're not going to do that right now. We're going to make ourselves a little note. No, okay. Here's the pen, guys. Got it. 24 Fober 06 D. 17. Oh, no, I don't need the time on here. But 1749 for your yits. Okay. So obviously, first of all, sticky, intangibility, and then we need a resource economy. That's a corneal concept. So these are to replace the Warsaw illusions. So you have the principle, the basic principles of how the mind actually works to replace your concepts of reasoning, single operator, single observer, all that stuff. So instead of reason, resource economy, fitness before truth, which we learned from Donald Hoffman yesterday or the day before. Okay. So because of resource economy, if you're able to learn a bit about a thing, you don't need to know a whole lot about a thing, but if you're able to learn a bit about a thing, such that when you're holding it, you're not fucking confused, you can do things with it and you can be benefited from it. You can benefit from it. If you, so that's how much knowledge you need. Anything else is a waste of resources. So most of us are programmed with just the basic knowledge. Now, of course, there are increasingly more Homo sapiens who are becoming hungry for knowledge. And they go into academia and research and medicine. And I think they're mostly just money grubbers, but whatever. More and more. But most people, I don't need to learn about all that. And that's about resource economy. And it's good to have a few people in the community. So have it in the gene pool as a little recessive gene, being hungry for knowledge. So that most of the people are hungry for actual food, because that's the priority. And then, yeah, it'd be cool to figure out new techniques for food for those hungry, and that can come from that minority that's hungry for knowledge. Okay. So it saves energy if something you cannot access the function of something. Doesn't it save energy to just not ask a lot of questions, right? Because the guy in year, let's say year 30 minus before the human era, so like 12,000 years ago, that guy, if he was like, hey, that's amazing that I said something to you and then you remembered that thing, and you remembered it correctly and he remembered it wrong, and he was there and I remembered it wrong as well. I wonder how the fuck memory works. Also, like, where is it? Well, a few different things happen then. He's going to go absolutely crazy with this question, because he doesn't even have the concepts to begin to wrap his mind around it. And he's not going to eat, and he's going to die, and he doesn't have any children to ask that question again. Another possibility is he goes, hey, you ever notice how Humfa, when he got hit in the head, there was this change in his animus, his soul. And you notice this other guy, two guys have gotten, fallen or gotten hit, damaged the back of the head, and both of them had visual problems. Isn't that interesting? So anyway, I want to understand memories and decision making. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to open up your skull. I'm going to see what's going on in there. Because I've seen it in dead people, but I got to see it like functioning. So I'm going to cut open your soul. And then that guy died, the guy he was proposing this experiment to. And then the experimenter, you think he had kids? Fuck no. He was asking those questions at 20 years, or at like 15 years old, he's a rebellious young thinker trying to think differently, not yet constrained by the status quo. He didn't have a whole lot of kids yet. Well, I don't know actually, because he was probably about 20, and women have high fertility at 20. They don't have high reproductive value until 26. That's when they're going to be pumping out more kids. So at 20, they are very fertile, very easy to get them pregnant. But something about they can't have a bunch of kids or something. So yeah, the guy who's between 20 and 26, as his wife slightly decreases in fertility, but increases in reproductive value. And all this might be bullshit. I heard this yesterday while I was driving. Maybe I misunderstood it. Comment, please. So this guy, he spent his time, he didn't get a chance to really pump out a lot. He had maybe one kid when he was like 15. But he couldn't pump out a lot. And then he started thinking about this stuff. He was exiled. He had no other kids for those genes to elbow in. So, I mean, that's kind of maybe far-fetched and anecdotal. So, what else comes to mind of the value of a thing being resistant to recategorization, specifically of being categorized as tangible? Well, yeah, because if something is tangible, because we still have some sort of scientific instinct or curiosity or something. And so what was great is we created tools by all those tangible things, by asking questions about them, by trying different things with them, by messing with them. You can't do that with things that were categorized as intangible, because those things were intangible, because you can't manipulate them. That's the definition of intangible. Now, so many of those things are not as intangible. Love, for instance, is actually, if you wiped my mind and never taught me that it was intangible, I'd probably say it's not intangible. It's a label for a number of, it's intangible in that it's a label, it's a reference, but it references a number of physical things. Yeah. So we have enough things in the world to consider. If we're going to be obsessed with entertaining intangible things, with imagining things, we mustn't also be obsessed with scrutinizing them. So with the tangible world, we can afford to be very curious about the tangible world and then scrutinize and manipulate it. We can afford to have that impulse, that need, because then we can do that and we can benefit from it. Thing is, the intangible category, that's almost a don't worry about it category, isn't it? Isn't that the value of having an intangible category, or a category of intangibility? It's don't worry about it. That's just how it is. You focus on the things you can actually learn about. So this was, so not only was intangibility useful for our ability to imagine and develop, respond to new problems, but it also offered a safe zone for things that need our scrutiny. And scrutiny is much more difficult. Scrutinizing, skeptical scrutiny is much more difficult than free imagining, than unregulated imagining. Scrutinizing, you have to look at each piece and evaluate each piece. For imagination, a piece comes, And you've already got something new. That's great. Maybe it leads you to another piece. But you don't have to identify like each. Well, you know what I'm trying to say. I don't know whether it makes sense, but you understand what the activity is that is happening in my mind right now, right? So you tell me, try to articulate that, and you tell me whether it makes sense. So this is a resource-saving category. It's great to have, and it's great to keep things in there and to focus what little energy we want to allocate to the things that can hit us on the head. We don't have to scrutinize our ideas. What we can do is we can make a product, and then we can scrutinize that product. But let's just get to that product. We can scrutinize things, but we mustn't, no need to scrutinize ideas. We're brainstorming here. Every idea is a good idea. Every idea is a good idea. Right. And that's why that is sometimes a bonnet, because that is the best way to really come up with good ideas, is to allow and even sort of almost believe in or entertain every idea, but not scrutinize every idea, but accept it, add it to the possibilities. And then every once in a while, your scrutiny module, which is obviously a good module to have, every once in a while it's like, oh, hey, should I scrutinize this thing you're talking about? So you have this God thing, this intangible God thing. Should I scrutinize it? Should I use energy for that? And then the intangibility category, or some partner of it or whatever, but because of the fact that it's sticky, what that means is that it always assures the scrutiny module, oh, no need. This is intangible. You focus on that tangible shit, stuff that can actually poke you. Sticks and stones, not, words and insults and stuff. We'll just imagine those. So you can think of it as we're at the point in our evolution where we are a species that has developed the intangible category. It's not real. Nothing is really intangible, like fully. I mean, I guess an electron is pretty hard, but it's also pretty tangible. Depends on how generous or you are with the definition of tangibility. So none of this shit's real. It's just higher level references ultimately to that, organizations and things like that. So we're a species that you want to be able to organize this in cool new ways. So we're a species that has moved beyond just what is, and moved to what is plus what is what could be, or is a new thing. And that's fantastic. But it couldn't be the same obsessive system of scrutiny, of threat assessment that was used here. Anybody who developed this sense of intangibility and treated intangible with the same scrutiny as they treated tangible misallocated resources. That said, you still have to treat the intangible as real. You don't have to treat it as scrutinizable, but you still have to treat it as real, so that it's not like it doesn't have less weight than these things. We have to mistake the map for the territory in order to really work with the map. That's just how it's set up. And then the next phase will be developing regulation from this. And somebody in a few million years will be talking about us. And we'll be saying, so in the past, when our species first developed intangibility, it was a very sticky category because it saved us from scrutiny by making it distinct from those tangible things that need to be scrutinized. And it helped us have new ideas that we could explore. And it is generally good when you're brainstorming to not scrutinize ideas immediately. So hence we had a very sticky intangibility. But then what happened is we started believing in some absolutely crazy shit, and crazy shit that had very, very tangible consequences. And yet it was continued to be protected by the intangibility category. So then there were wars and culture changes, and eventually genetic, like fitness, intellectual fitness changed such that those who consistently mistook the map for the territory and couldn't ever see how something that they thought was not touchable and not worth scrutinizing actually was concrete and worth scrutinizing. So they were like, oh no, love, that's not blah blah. So our species, our ancestors, they believed that love was this intangible thing and refused the research that it was actually a tangible, scrutinizable thing. Same thing for the mechanics of God. So they believed, oh no, that can't be understood. Your science is for tangible stuff. This idea, and they were killing each other. They couldn't agree on basic things. A pandemic would come along. And their basic concept of opinions and facts was like, we're all entitled to have an unscrutinizable, intangible opinion, a preference for something, and it is equally valid as blah, blah. And unlike tangible things, which either exist or don't, and can be scrutinized and compared, my opinion is protected from scrutiny. And so the tangible sciences just did not matter to most of their ideas. It got to that point, our ancestors. Also, for instance, there were very tangible research about the carbon and whatever. And they believe themselves to be intangible souls that cannot be broken down into potentially erroneous neural networks, or neural networks that aren't always adaptive, that are sometimes mallets. They didn't believe that, so when the science was saying, hey, the world is either round or it's going a bad way, well, they were these intangible, unscrutinizable, rational evaluators. So anytime that they were like, no, well, it was no. The tangible, because this became a lot less sticky. So the tangible was like, nah, that couldn't do shit for the tangible data versus an intangible, unscrutinizable soul. Can't do shit. Anyway, I guess they're not technically our ancestors, because they did go extinct, but we still kind of use their name as, because we're actually Homo sapiens. They're not. That's kind of a misnomer, guys. They were Homo sapiens sapiens. We're Homo sapiens actualis. And but back then, in the 12th millennium, back then they had a real problem with this intangibility category. So now, of course, we've evolved since then. That was a problem. So we've evolved since then to, of course, have systems, as you guys know, to distinguish between tangible and intangibility, to take both very seriously and just scrutinize both pretty well. We found a better balance of scrutiny. Also, our species slowed the fuck down. We realized that we didn't understand that, our ancestors at some point, after the religious wars and the critical thinking wars and the truth wars and all that stuff, they eventually, as the brain evolved and as the culture evolved, realized that what was I gonna say? Anyway, Well, it became a little bit more fluid, this move. We still have this. You know what? We still have this, even today, just like our ancestors thousands or millions or whatever years ago. We still have this. It's not as sticky. Just like that tangible category became less sticky as we developed the intangibility category. This has now become less sticky. It's a central thing of ours, just like this is. It doesn't need to be sticky. We can more easily move things as we learn between the categories. And also we scrutinize regardless. And also we know that this doesn't actually exist, that it ultimately comes down to this. So we deal with things, we take things seriously here, but are able to return back to firm ground. And basically we're constantly trying to tangibilize the intangible. We don't need to for communication. Sometimes it's, words are valuable. You don't have to, while you're talking, you say pen and you have to show somebody a pen, of course. But and we have a network now that permits that, where we don't need to make that move. But this isn't as sticky, so we accept when someone announces that move. We know that ultimately it is useful to know what the reference is. There we go. We know what the reference is here. Feel me? We know what the reference is here. Okay? So we don't need to now. If we had this concept, like we had a concept of a soul, but had nothing that we didn't know what it was referencing. It was referencing our experience, but that's it. We didn't know what it was referencing. Thought it was maybe referencing this. Oh, I'm switching back to the current time. I don't know what I was saying. But anyway, I don't know what time I was speaking from. But anyway, we imagine it's this like golden energy thing. That wasn't like tangible, but was visuable, because we do like to be able to visualize things without, reducing them to mechanisms. What was I saying? So, sticky tangibility, tangible. Right. It is useful. Models and representations are useful, and the true tangible is actually unknowable. All we can do is have our intangible, well, tangible in the sense of being neural networks, but not tangible in the sense of what those neural networks are livering. If you're thinking about an apple, that apple is not in your brain. You can touch the neurons that are making that apple, but there's no apple. So this is extremely useful to have symbols and be able to reference things and have a hierarchy built up from the reality of the world, of ideas and interpretations that follow from that reality. But this is to save time, like a map, right? A map is to save space, so that you don't have to carry I don't know. You know what I'm trying to say. You don't have to have you can have a map that's a representation of a much bigger reality. Not a complete representation, but it gets the fucking job done. You know where the roads are. You don't know where every bird is. You don't know every bird's nest or fucking. I'm repeating something that is it Bruce Hood or Chris Niebauer who was talking about categories? Maybe it was Bruce Hood, actually. I think it was Bruce Hood, actually. I don't know, actually. I think it was Bruce Hood, actually. So maps are incredibly useful. Now, let's speak from the future again. Maps are incredibly useful. Our ancestors would often mistake the map for the territory, and on top of that, although they would say that the map is as real as the territory, or that the map is the territory, they didn't have mechanisms to scrutinize the map. Okay, literally for maps we do. But for an even more abstract thing, a map is actually tangible. So a symbol that only exists as a sound, like God or something, or as a word, that's like the most intangible of things, or it's up there. and that we don't want to scrutinize. If that's a real concept in our mind, we don't scrutinize it. I mean, a believed in concept, where a lot of people don't. I mean, some of our ancestors did. I'm talking from the future again. Some of our ancestors did. There were a lot of like atheists and stuff, but not the majority in the time that we're talking about here. When the great Silurius did all his work, and Daniel Kahneman, and you know, all right. So we were. Oh yeah, and the evolution did this amazing thing where this new module was introduced into the biology. Literally, this cortical feature that we don't see and we don't see evidence of in ancestral brains. Well, no, that we don't see in ancestral brains because we have videos, and pictures, and photos the cameras invented before the time that we're talking about. And they had actually all kinds of imaging technologies. I mean, nothing like today, but it was very crude, but they had all kinds of imaging technologies. And we know that the UPLA did not exist. And now what the UPLA did, it was a module that, so we had two different zones that we would see active in what they called an fMRI, which was a very, very crude technology. But we could see that when somebody was thinking about an intangible thing, there was a certain zone that seemed to be active. I mean, it was so crude. It was basically just about like where blood flow was, because blood flow tends to go shortly after to an area that's just been active to, give it oxygen and glucose and stuff. So, I mean, it wasn't even in real time, but, you could associate and correlate and blah, blah, blah. Anyway, so when they were thinking about this thing, they're thinking about this thing. When they were thinking about this thing, there's this zone. When they were thinking about this thing, there's this other zone that was active, or that was getting blood flow anyway. And then they had other imaging technologies, so they could see spikes of action potentials and stuff, and magnetic field changes and stuff. I say it was crude. It was terribly crude compared to today, but since I study this time, sometimes I think about myself in this time, and it's almost impressive what they were able to do, these primates. Homo fake sapiens. So anyway, so we had, so we saw two different zones being active. Now their scrutiny module, their scrutiny module, that's a module. What do you think about that for a symbol for module? If an it is this, then what about this for a module, a node? Maybe. Could be useful. Okay. Sorry, just something got distracted by. Holy shit! If she didn't get called into work, we'd be like, it'd be very much a reality. Still not a reality, but a very near vision of the present. Having a date. Oh my gosh, that's what we'd be thinking about, right? Oh God. Okay. Good. All right. Anyhow, what module were we talking about? Our scrutiny module. So the object would be more of a module. That's good. Yeah, because then we don't have to refer to modules as if-thens. But there's one like, if you see a word, then compare it to remembered uses of the word. That could be one of the its. in the module, in the scrutiny module. All right, that's good. And then you know what we can do? The axiomatic its we talked about. So this is an it. How do we turn this into a y? Or how do we add a y here? That's a yit. No, it's too much. What do you do for an objective, a value, a get? Can that be a get? Don't love it. All right. So we have our scrutiny it. Now, we evolved such that anything that was in the tangible category, not anything, but there was a link between anything that was considered tangible and the scrutiny module. How could that work? Well, I don't really know what it means to categorize something in the brain. What it could mean is anytime you think of the thing, it is linked to its category name in the brain. So anytime there is thought about this or this, there is the other. And so this is the name. This is the image. And this can be the tan designation. So anytime you think about a thing, let's say you first think of the name. So something causes you to think of the name. Triggered is the image. And then maybe from here or from there is triggered a designation of tangent or intangent. And then if it's designated tangent, and there's also other cause, like we have a question or we have a problem or something, plus, so the module problem, then the module problem plus this tan designation would activate the scrutiny module. But the way they were wired is that, oh my gosh, this is such a mess. I'm sorry, I must look like such a full of shit madman. And if you want to see me that way, if you think that I am that way and are just going to agit about it, then okay. But I swear to God, if you are trying to follow, well, then you have been successful, and I'm going to stop wasting your time and just keep going. I know it's not clear here, but you heard me, and you can write it better on your own page. So you've got, these are mental processes. You can imagine them as sort of like neurons. Activity here triggers the name, activity here. And then one of these slaps the designator. And so it's like, if I can visualize it, then it is tangible maybe. I know I said that we like to visualize intangible things. But if I can, if there's a certain quality to my visual of it, then it is tangible, gets a tangible designation. If it gets a tangible designation, and it's a problem, it's something that needs our attention, then slap the scrutiny module. However, if it doesn't get the tangible designation, so the image was kind of blurry and it was more of text, more of a feeling, couldn't picture manipulating it. And also, it had never previously been categorized by the culture as being tangible and all that stuff. Well, that is not going to be enough to slap our tangible designator, which means he's not going to fire. So we can identify a problem. Gosh, that air is scared of responsibility. It's not true. That was something that EDAS said in my mind. EDAS, it's only in one video where I explain that, is the opposite of my preferred audience. The one who just says just is constantly critiquing me. In real life, EDAS is my dad, but my dad isn't always around. But you don't have to worry about that because there's EDAS. Oh, here we go. Look. Can you see that? I remember I was planning to start saying in my videos, Sadi, which means you in Yodrado. And so I thought I'd reserve it for the you I want to talk to. EDAS, for the one who just thinks I'm completely full of shit. They exist in my head. I mean, everybody exists in my head. You exist in my head. I have no reason. There's no tangible person that I can imagine watching this right now. Cannot imagine it. It's very blurry. It's in the intangible category. I know not to try to understand you or scrutinize you because it's in the intangible category. But I'm a philosopher, so I don't have all the normal system set up. So I do like to scrutinize intangible things. And so one of you is Sadi, and one of you is Edast. One of you is like, okay, interesting. Sadi, you sometimes disagree with me, Sadi, obviously. But it's not relentless. Like, I still have some value, apparently, according to Sadi. Edas, I'm not saying Sadi is right and Edas is wrong, by the way. I just have to act like Sadi is right, because I can't act like Edas is wrong. Is right. I can't act like... Can you even see me? I don't think you can you? Oh, I should put it on 0.5. Oh, you can't really see. That's all right. Edas, Sadi, Edas, what? Yeah, anyway. Sadi doesn't scrutinize me relentlessly, because that's how ideas develop. By occasional scrutiny or by favorable scrutiny. So Edas I've written here is the bizarro Sadi. All right, anyway. But that, at moments that was relevant, wasn't it? Anyway, I don't know. So what are we talking about here? Scrutiny, tangible, sticky intangibility. Very good. Wait a minute. What's something that is sticky and protective? A tangible thing that is both sticky and protective, like a shield that you can stick on, or some kind of a material, a sticky Kevlar, some kind of... What is something that is sticky and it is sticky to be protective? What is something that is sticky and protective? Sticky and protective. All right, if you come up with something that is sticky and protective, then that's what we'll call it. And we'll say that both of us came up with the name. Come on, right? Or both of us came up with the concept. We can say you name it. We can say you named and I came up with the concept. I've got other stuff that I can get credit for naming. So sticky, protective. What's something that's sticky and protective? Sticky and protective. Like a sunblock. No, that's like a tanning spray. It's sticky. What's something that's sticky and protective? There must be some kind of a sticky coating. It doesn't have to be sticky on both sides, obviously. That's not what we mean. We mean that the protective thing sticks to it, like a magnetic shield. It protects it. Hold on, am I getting confused? It doesn't stick to it. Yeah, it's the property sticks to it. It's hard to get it off and attach this one. Sticky and protective. Sticky and protective. All right, this is all I've got so far. A colon. Those are stockings. Why did that just suddenly sound very wrong? I mean, not very wrong as in inappropriate, but untrue. Hey, elle porte des collants? Bah oui. Ah merde, j'ai arraché mon collant. Collant. Fuck! I can't tell you whether that's true or false, bro. I don't have internet. Except on my phone. Ouais, mais sous ça, je dois porter des collants. Fuck! I said it way too many times. Feels very unfamiliar. I believe this to be true, just based on the fact that I thought of it, even though it feels absolutely wrong now. And gosh, this would not happen if it was my maternal tongue. There would be enough commitment, but no, this is definitely right, bro. Anyway, this also means sticking or sticky. Ah, c'est collant ça. Okay. Coller, that means to stick. So there's something. There's a tangible thing that can represent the intangible features of intangibility, those being its stickiness, which is also tangible, but not in the sense that we're using it, but that's how the brain works. So we've got tons of words that tangible and intangible. Anyway, the stickiness of it and the protectiveness of it, which is less tangible. So yeah, we've got a tangible thing to reference the intangible features of intangibility. How's that? It's not great. I don't love it, but I love what it's accomplishing. And what if we said with an American accent? Collant intangibility. Because if you think of like stockings, or what are they called? Not leggings, not stockings, tights. And well, not quite tights. Yeah, tights, I guess. Isn't there another word? We can say that they're sort of they could be to protect from the sun, right? From the light, from illumination, right? We can also say that they are to protect from, basic scratches, from the regard of others, to protect the hairy legs from the regard of others in some cases. Yeah, all right, that's what we're gonna call it. Unless if you have something better, then people, vote on the comment or something, or comment under the person's thing. Hey, this one is better. Just comment AM. You can just comment AM. AM, AM, AM. But for now, I'm going to call it collant intangibility. Okay, to recap. Collant intangibility is a sound and some text to refer to the fact that the brain loves the intangible and uses it as a protection from resource usage. We're already using enough resource to think of the thing, to imagine the intangible thing. We don't need to then use resources to investigate it. We don't all need to be motivated to do that. Also, how are you going to fucking do it? You can't touch or manipulate it. Yeah. So we haven't fully fleshed it out or found the perfect articulation of it. But collant intangibility is why consciousness is called the hard problem. Let me know what you think. Oh, fuck. Wait a minute, I can't do my date tomorrow. I had a call with my buddy tomorrow, and I already missed it on Tuesday because I had forgotten. Giuseppe. I had not forgotten in the morning. I was so excited. And then when the time came, Well, nothing at all happened. And then 2 hours later, I went, oh, shit. So, sorry, babes. That really sucks. But I can't cancel on him again. He's doing me a huge favor, making time to chat with me. So you need to respond to me ASAP. I asked you what time you work. The sooner you respond to me, sooner I can figure out whether something is doable. Or you know what? I've been talking about let's do something in the day. Or not, but I suggested a coffee before work. And you've been out here talking about afternoon or evening. So hell yeah, bro. I still gotta go to your... I got it. I'll go to your clinic in the afternoon. Maybe you've already left. I'll do my conversation with my friend at 7 a.m. 7 plus 9 is 16. 4 p.m. 4 to 5. And then we'll meet up. But if you finish at 2, then yeah. And then if it goes well, we can just plan to meet back up again. Yeah, great. Great plan, everybody. '24 Foxtrot 06 Delta 1824. Yeah, so to put it, so in short, first, there was an evolutionary pressure to be able to interact with reality, or a preference, an evolutionary preference for those beings that can interact with their environment. Not just receive nutrients from it, but interact to go get those nutrients. So you have simple things like phototropism, Venus flytraps, and then you've even got the mycelo, whatever networks, in the fungal root systems of trees or whatever. That's not my thing. Okay. But that's about being able to sort of scrutinize the environment and use that information more and more to your advantage. Until you've got things that are able to walk and move quickly on the environment. They've got things that have hands with opposable thumbs that are able to do some fantastic manipulations with the tangible environment. All right, so the first stage of this whole tangibility timeline was, well, first of all, in order to exist, you have to be able to receive from the tangible reality around you, get nutrients. Then there's, so that's step 0. Step 1 is a more developed interpretation of that environment, so of that tangible reality, so that there's more processing of it. But it's still like passive. Then first there's interpretation of tangible things. Then there's scrutiny. So first there's, I exist in the tangible world and tangible things. I can receive tangible things. I'm a thing that reacts enough to tangible things such that nutrients can get in here. Then there are things that have concepts, sort of. They won't have words for them, etc. But very basic life forms that have almost interpretations, higher level things that they're doing. So they're adjusting their own processes based on the temperature, for instance. Now, extremophiles, those like very early life forms that could exist in the hot sulfur waters of whatever, Mesopotamia or some shit. Now, are they able to survive all those things? Because they weren't doing a bunch of interpretations, adjusting according to their environment. And then you've got reptiles that are also not, they're doing more, but not doing a ton of adjusting to their environment. If it's hot, they're hot. That heat information isn't coming in and then they go and maintain homeostasis. It is, however, there is enough interpretive mechanism for it to come in, and if it's cold, they don't do anything, right? All right, so we've got into this interpretive tangibility, interpretive of tangible things. We'll just call it interpretive tangibility, even though based on sort of the fucking morphemes, the fucking phonemes, the fucking pieces there, that's the meaning that it has isn't what's indicated, but those aren't the usual references. But anyway, we're gonna call it that. What did we call it? What are we talking about? So first of all, there's receptive tangibility, then there's interpretive tangibility, then there's scrutinative. There's reception of tangibility, there's interpretation of tangibility, and then there's scrutiny of intangibility. And scrutiny, what's different between scrutiny and observation, is much less passive. It's about investigation. It's about, let me look closer at that thing. Let me learn. I have mechanisms to get myself more information. Before we just had mechanisms. Oh, and then by getting myself more information, I'm also, at the same time, I'm getting myself more resources rather than just receiving them. And so first there's receiving resources, then there's, which of course requires some adaptation, some reaction. Then there's more though, like significant, where the processes are almost dependent on these certain changes to the environment. I don't know whether this is anything, but it's something like more sensitivity to and more levels of systemic activity. So a tangible thing is represented in here, and what do I do with that? Right? So we've moved up from just receiving to doing something with it, to really being affected by it. So we have interpretation of tangibility. Then for feeding, we have the pursuit of tangibility, and for ideas we can say, or for information we can say the scrutiny of tangibility. I feel like these are at the same level, just in different contexts. I really should be using the board. I might be saying absolute nonsense. But then again, the board might just legitimize it, make it seem even more true, even though it's still nonsense. In any case, then we can imagine that higher life forms had the reception of intangible things. But that's bullshit. What does that mean? An intangible, what does that mean? Okay, well now there's so much interpretation, so much processing of the tangible things, that what's created and how it's treated in the mind, it's a whole new thing. Whereas at the previous stages, although yes, it was a representation here, and yes, there was some processing of it, it was still much closer to the tangible thing. And as you have increasing complexities, remember, a category is great. So I'm trying to like categorize things, delimit things, but no. Okay, so it's gonna be very fluid, a spectrum. So it goes from being able to exist, receiving reality, not receiving as in knowing it, but being able to receive the nutrients from it. Then it became, then it moved more towards where you see, oh yeah, hey look, there's proper interpretation of the tangibility. So we see a little bit of intangibility because interpretations start to become a little bit intangible, but they don't have like such concepts where they have maps and stuff. They still have just the territory. And they have some maps, yes. Obviously, they have a map of their home area in their mind. But, you know, they're not getting confused. I don't know. Anyway, let's just contribute what we can contribute. And it's just pieces. It's inchoate. But, you know, that's how it starts. Okay. All right, so reception, interpretation, scrutiny, and manipulation. Okay, scratch scrutiny, reception, interpretation, manipulation. Okay, bam, holy shit, we've got apes on this planet that some call Earth. Some of the apes call Earth. We've got apes, these apes aren't calling it Earth, but we've got some apes who are able to manipulate, or not even apes, fucking beaver is able to manipulate the tangible stuff. A fucking spider. Okay. Fucking spider, okay? Except, no, not a spider. Because a spider isn't coming along, seeing this resource and going, what if I make a web out of this? So yes, a bird will build a nest. It will manipulate some tangible objects. But, you know, I'm talking about a higher thing where it's like, you know, fucking tools. That kind of manipulation of tangible objects. But I guess you're saying, but then you have objectives and stuff, and that's intangible. But no, everything you can say has objectives. And I wouldn't even say that anything's behavior is based on those objections. Those objections are like labels of... Anyway, that's our source will illusion, that things come from our objectives. We go eat. You're going to tell me, oh, I went to eat because I had an objective to go eat. Well, why'd the spider go eat? Did it have an objective? Are you going to attribute that to its processes? Well, then you don't need to, I mean, attribute it to mine as like a thing. But we can use the word objective to simplify a whole process of neural comparisons and preferences that the spider doesn't have. It doesn't have as many competing stuff. And okay. As much competing stuff. Okay. Alright, but I was sitting here and I started this video. Bottom line is, alright, but then I got caught up in the details. Alright, forget the details. Because I don't fucking know the details. Anything, I'm just making it up as I go. So, we had an engagement with, then manipulation of the tangible world. And then something absolutely amazing happened. Which is that there was so much internal manipulation without even physical, like the hand touching something. We're just visualizing, or not even visualizing tool creation, but just there's just so much that was happening to the tangible thing. You know, it got in here. It was just, you know, a little neural thing, and then a whole bunch of neurons reacted to it. Neurons reacted to that, and that, such that it became unrecognizable from the tangible thing. And there was an evolutionary preference for that. Nature was like, whoa, damn, I threw an ice age at y'all. And y'all were able to do so much with the basic information programmed in you with the genes and the basic information about your environment and the opportunities available. There's so much processing of that you came up with things that didn't exist. Solutions that didn't exist. Holy smokes, that's awesome. All of you get kids. All of these genes are getting passed on. So there is an evolutionary preference for the intangible. There was first an evolutionary preference for the tangible. Then there was an evolutionary preference for scrutinizing, for manipulating the tangible. Then there was an evolutionary preference for scrutinizing the tangible, maybe. Then there was an evolutionary preference for whatever I just said with the first thing I said, the tangible, with the intangible, so engagement with the intangible. Then there was an evolutionary preference for manipulation of the intangible. And then next, if we don't fuck it up, will be a cultural evolutionary preference for being able to scrutinize the intangible. And also remember the intangible as references to some combination of the tangible. And to continue to value scrutinizing the tangible reference. They'll call that Sileris's tangibility hierarchy. Tangibility, engagement, hierarchy. Look, if I come up with 2,000 ideas, and 100 of them are good, I'm a happy man. I am a happy man.
Turn right onto Avenue de la Porte de Clignancourt.
Foxtrot 06 Delta 1906. Okay, so a few days ago I made about a week ago maybe, several days ago I made some videos. It was on some driving footage. I think it was Echo 31 Echo maybe Echo Foxtrot 1. Foxtrot 1 Foxtrot. I don't remember. Anyway, I wasn't wearing a shirt, and I was talking about the definitions of logical, reasonable, and rational. All right. So that just came back to me. Watch how quick this is going to be. Here are my proposed definitions of the three in this now. Logical is the correct treatment of information, which is something that I was using to as a definition of reasonable. But I wanted to make reasonable something attainable. So it's a useful word. So we've got logical, and that already has a connotation of being... sorry, I'm going to be quick. Okay, so logical is the correct treatment of information. It's impossible to be that ahead of time. You can be more and more logical, better and better treat the information, but you can never be pre-prepared to perfectly treat any information, especially in an open system, or maybe only in an open system. Anyway, all right, watch how quick this is going to be. All right, logical is the correct treatment of information. Rational, we'll take Steven Pinker's definition. It is, well, he says, the use of knowledge to attain a goal. I'll say the good enough use of knowledge to attain a goal. But maybe that's already in his, if there's this supposition that the goal was attained, so then you used the knowledge well enough. I don't know whether it's just the effort because he wouldn't consider it rational to say, all right, so I know that this is empty. Oh, he wouldn't consider this use. I know that this is empty. I know that I am hungry. I have a goal of eating. So I'm going to use the knowledge that this is empty I'm going to eat this and fill myself up. He wouldn't say that that's rational, but maybe it's because, maybe that's okay. He wouldn't even say that is a use of knowledge. So that's why I think it's fair enough to throw in a good enough, so just to make it clear that you're attaining the goal. So the use of knowledge that ultimately attains a goal, which is, so you can't really, or you can say, in which case you can only use the word rational to describe the past. See whether the goal is attained. Keeping in mind the outcome bias, the outcome effect, try to judge, okay, then was it rational? Did their use of knowledge lead to the obtainment of that goal? Okay, that was rational. Okay. I don't know how you could use rational in the present, unless it's just about intention. But then this would be rational, and I don't think he would agree with that. So, and then reasonable is it's a negation. It's not doing something. It's not about what you do. There could be certain, ideological or certain, underpinning events, certain reasons that you don't do a thing, certain things that you do instead. But I'm not going to speculate about those. Reasonable, we could define, until we have a better understanding of cognition, could define reasonable as not affirming that which is counterindicated. Simple as that. Very difficult to judge. But yeah, if someone is, we're at like a 99% probability that the Earth is round here. Unless there's some mass psychosis and math is failing. We're at like 99, as high as you can get. Now, if somebody affirms that it's flat, then they are not being reasonable. Unless they are able to affirm things that do line up with other things that are indicated. So if they are able to negate what the globetards say by still using something that is indicated, because it has to be something that we agree has been indicated, something, then okay, then you're being reasonable, because you are not affirming something that is counterindicated. It's just that we don't know that it's actually indicated. So you find us where we're going to be like, yeah, okay, that does indicate it. And we will say, yeah, you're being reasonable. There you go. 5 minutes. Logical, reasonable, rational. Logical, the correct treatment of information. Rational, the correct enough treatment of information to achieve the goal. Reasonable. You might not be treating information very well, but here's what you're at least not doing. You're not affirming something that the information clearly counterindicates. So there you go. Logical, rational, reasonable. The minimum is to just at least have the intellectual humility to be reasonable, to slow the fuck down, and if something is indicated, to not immediately disbelieve it just because it seems to be wrong to you. To have to want to do the work to investigate it, find some common principles that justify your disbelief and the credence in your alternative. Then you're still being reasonable. Yeah, there you go. So there are lots of reasonable flat earthers. You can't be reasonable going into flat earth. But if you were like raised in flat earth, you wouldn't be able to be flat earther for very long, but you could affirm flat earth and be reasonable. Say that because you don't know about the counter indicating evidence. It's not that you're confabulating away, cognitive dissonance and ignoring and whatever. You literally don't know. So a human who's walking here goes, okay, so there's this firmament, goes out as far as the eye can see. Okay, and then there's this blue firmament, whatever up there. Okay, cool. So the earth is flat. This surface is a flat surface. Okay, you are being reasonable. You are not, in that case, affirming something that has been counterindicated. Net counterindicated. Definitively, or 99% counterindicated. Rational would be, all right, so this is flat. I live on this flat surface, so I don't need to figure out a system to lift myself to get over there. Even though it kind of seems like the further I look, sort of like the higher it gets, it sort of seems to be going up. And then as I look to me, my eyes go down. The further I look out to a point, the further I sort of have to look up. Everything that's further away is above in my 2D vision, the thing that is closer. So I need to get over there. I can walk. I needn't wait for a system to pull me up because it's flat. It may kind of look like it's not flat, but it is actually flat. The whole shit's flat. It's not a big round thing where I have to worry about slipping since I have no concept of gravity. So anyway, so then I can walk over there. I achieve my goal. So I have been rational while being a flat earther. Because, the whole flat earth thing wasn't super relevant. And even though this isn't perfectly flat, I mean, even if it were perfectly smooth, there is a very slight curvature, extremely slight, imperceptible. But it is rational to ignore that because you do not need that to accomplish your goal. Logical. Okay, now logical is I'm getting this information, horizon, I don't know, this sign, and I know what to do with all that information, and I conclude this is, hold on, based on that information, I should check this and get more information about this. Do a little shadow thing. See, I see these shadows here. Shadows. Okay, and then I have this information. I've traveled. I have information that at the same time, shadows were different in a different place. Because sometimes we meet for Saturday lunch in Cairo. Sometimes we meet in Alexandria. And I noticed that the shadows were different. That's information. And I knew how to correctly treat information. I knew that information meant blank, meant this possibility. So I investigated it. And then I did my experiment with the obelisks and the shadows or whatever. And I got more information. And I knew what to do with that. I knew what that indicated. And I concluded it is a globe. That would be to be logical. To be able to get the base information and follow it, including any additional pursuits the information indicates are needed, to follow that to the conclusion correctly. That cannot be pre-programmed. I mean, except for something that's, predicted. If information of what the system's going to be exposed to, everything the system's going to be exposed to is known, and all the objectives of the system, then all the information can be programmed to be treated perfectly. But that means no new information can come in, And also, no way biological evolution already did that. Okay, awesome. Awesome. Awesome, let's write it down. Awesome. Foxtrot 06 Delta 1924. So we're having so much fun and all this date energy to, we had to do something with. And then that's what we were going to say. We were going to record, but then when we picked up our phone, well, the doctor had responded. I sent her a photo. I said, I'm glad I ain't seen you last today because I'm consumed with this. And she said, ooh, what is that? So that's a good sign. All right, let's put on the mic. Well, what I was going to say, actually, hold on. All I was going to say is that intangibility is great when we concern ourselves with tangibility. So put that up on your fridge. I mean, it's two things. One, the tangible real life implications of the intangible concepts. And two, those intangible concepts ultimately should, ideally we'd be able to trace them back to some tangible real world things. Because of course they are, if we're talking about them, then they may be having tangible consequences. So in the case of God, for instance, okay, that's evolution and gravity and strong nuclear force, whatever the fuck. That's what that word actually refers to. Sometimes you're not going to have any idea. The mind, for instance, it had to be intangible. We had no way of knowing. Then over the last, 30 to 200 years, we have been able to find the tangible thing. So it's awesome that we were thinking about, talking about the mind and memory and the soul and personality and all this stuff, love and all this stuff. Awesome, awesome, awesome. And then even awesomer that we were concerned enough with tangibility to when we pretty much as soon as we had the opportunity, you have electricity, and then within 100 years, or I don't actually know when electricity was. Let's say you had computers, and then within 50 years, you had fucking brain imaging, bro. Whoa, great job, guys. Great concern for tangibility. Not all of you, obviously, but on the whole, because you're actually evaluated on your best right now. Because somebody out there was smart enough to find the tangibility of what was intangible. The rest of you get to benefit. There are drugs, and I mean, not just drugs where we smoke some plant, but we can actually create medications for mental things. Because while the rest of you assholes were out here believing you were this non-physical magical thing, there were people who were like, I wonder how emotions work. I want to touch emotions. And I want to create a thing I can touch that can touch emotions. So that's one thing that it means. Wait, no. Or did I just say the two things? So one thing is that you are concerned about the implications, the applications. What kind of better, I can think about architecture all day long. But did I build a nice shelter? And then the other thing is, I can think about love all day long. But am I looking at what love is in the real world? Oxytocin, some dopamine, some serotonin. Okay, cool. So that love thing is a bunch of these physical things, some neurotransmitters, some networks, some consequences, which are physical, heartbeats, and all that stuff, some thought processes, which are neural events, all that stuff. Those are the physical components of the thing I call love. Gotcha. Cool. So intangibility, it's the same thing with science, right? You have to hypothesize. Consider a possibility that you can't touch and scrutinize. And then go fucking scrutinize it and get something you can touch. Try to find something you can touch that's related enough to this intangible thing that you can, through that touching, evaluate the intangible thing or make it tangible, find its tangible components. So there you go. Quote me on that. Boom. Foxtrot 06 Delta, 1945. So I was just putting up my tangibility engagement hierarchy, which might be bullshit, but hopefully something in here is good. And I saw up here a note that I had from 2023 Echo. Oh, now it's Foxtrot, but from 2023 Echo. Was that only a year ago? That can't be right. Yeah, that is right, I guess. Okay. So from 2023 Echo, and this guy is talking about how your truth is your reality. So there's your truth, there's my truth, and so on. And you know what? I hadn't thought that that's what he was saying when I started recording. I was thinking that he was saying, all right, here's what I have written on the thing. It's a quote from him. I have a great example. You're going to like this example. The placebo effect. So I'm going to try and remember what that was about. Now, what I was thinking is that it might have been that he was saying that clearly there's something metaphysical, because even the intangible act of believing that you are taking the correct medicine will have treatment effects in some cases, or with some medicines or with some issues, whatever. So you're going from the intangible belief to a tangible result, a tangible change. But and that's how sticky intangibility is, because if you've not been living under a rock, you've maybe heard of brain science and what it has to say about language, decision-making, emotion, and everything. And maybe it's even occurred to you then that wait a minute, so if I believe something, that's a brain event. And a brain event is a biochemical event. My issue was a biochemical issue. So there could be a pathway from that brain event to the solution of the biological issue. Whether that brain event can lead to the release of some enzyme, protein, hormone, whatever, or whether that brain event changes certain activity by sending out some inhibition thing, and then the body's able to recuperate. I don't fucking know. But in any case, not a great example of how an intangible thing can have tangible results. Alternatively, it may have been that my truth is my reality. Here's the thing, bro. Ah, that is what it was about. That is what it was about. Because he was like, if I give you a sugar pill, if you believe it's a treatment, it is a treatment. It will have that effect. So it's not actually it that will have that effect. It's a sugar pill. Or he was this Israeli guy who did not mind, because he was a carpenter, Israeli, Jewish, long hair, beard. So when I made some comment, he said, yeah. And also, my dad was a carpenter. No, I don't remember what he said. Let's do some other comparison. So he was not bothered by that. And you could tell. You could tell he wouldn't be by how excited he was about his idea about your truth is your reality and my truth is my reality. So he said this thing about that sugar pill will have a treatment because of what you believed. So in the doctor's reality, assuming it wasn't double blind, that was a sugar pill. But in your reality, because you were told it was a treatment, in your reality it was a medicine, and that's why it worked. It didn't work. The belief is what worked. The act of swallowing and believing, and the belief process of now things are going to get better, that somehow worked. The sugar pill did not. And I remember asking him, but does that determine reality, our beliefs? For instance, if I tell you that this jar of pills, these are medicines, and then I pour water in, I mean, medicines do dissolve, but they're supposed to dissolve with stomach acid, right? Not with water. I don't know whether medical tablets dissolve as quickly as like sugar tablets in water. I mean, obviously they look the same, so I don't know. What I said to him, I think, Neil, don't move. Good job, buddy. What I said to him, hola. What I said to him was, if I poured water in, Neil, hey, come here. Come here. Come here, buddy. Kia, Neil, come here. Good boy, buddy. Good boy. You listened pretty good. You listened pretty good. Anyway, whatever I said to him, let's suppose that I said to him, let's suppose I said to him, if I mixed some water and some citrus flavor in with that thing I told you was medicine, but it's actually just sugar. But I'm not telling you that. What happens? Will there be lemonade? Will there be citronade? Now, yes, when you taste it, it will probably at first it'll take a second, but the way you're programmed, you will quite quickly realize it's lemonade. But at first, because you will be expecting something disgusting, you'll be very thrown off. You'll have a very bizarre experience at first, and then things will kind of recalibrate because the evidence is too great that it just will remind you so much of lemonade that despite part of the experience not at all being like lemonade, the other networks that are processing the sugar content and all that will go, oh, holy shit, this tastes sweet and it's lemonade. There will be others that will say, oh, it's bitter. Or, whatever you expect it to be if it's crushed up medicine. They will activate, but they won't be stimulated, a whole lot by the drink itself. So if you drink a couple more times, eventually the sweetets will surliver. And they'll say, hey, this is like lemonade. Is that sugar in there? I didn't see you put sugar in there, just the medicine, some lemon, and water. Anyway, all of that to say, well, we didn't make any progress in the conversation. Kind of kept going back and forth on that thing. But all that to say is I think that you and I agree Your beliefs do not make reality. They can have an effect on reality, absolutely. Because beliefs are real. So absolutely they can have an effect. They do not determine reality. Thank God. If it was that easy, if I just said, hey, it is nighttime. I wake you up at 8 a.m. You're a deep REM sleep. Got all the blinds shut. I go, it is nighttime. It is nighttime. You believe me. That's your reality. You don't notice the little sunlight coming in through the different windows. You interpret it, you can see it as the street light. It's bluer than the yellow sunlight. Or whiter or whatever. And then you walk outside and you go, gosh, that moon is warm. Holy shit, now we've got a problem. If your beliefs literally determine your reality, now we've got a problem. Your beliefs have to be affected by some objective reality. Even if you don't know that objective reality, there has to be some engagement with those tangible things. It has to have some effect on you. Otherwise, big trouble. Still love the game, all them points, yeah, still got a hunger like I'm trying to still, yeah, still got my publishing plus my masters. Anything else is just fucking backwards. Bad bitches.
In 50 meters at the roundabout, continue straight to stay on Avenue Domenil.
What would that make me? If I pay you attention, what would that pay me? I need AEG to send me.
Suppose that has no effect. You believe it is nighttime right now. And someone asks you, hey, do you feel warm? You say, yeah. Hot night, huh? They say, oh yeah. Where do you feel like the heat's coming from any one way? No, it's nighttime. Can't imagine that it would be. And let's say you engage with reality a second. Yeah, I guess there's some kind of heat source over that way. In the direction of the moon there, here on Earth though. Oh, now we got a big problem. Oh, we can't go hunting, guys. We can't go get food. Now we can't fucking see anything. What do you mean it's daytime? That was a joke. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. All that exists, there's no such thing as the truth. All that there is my truth, and your truth, and his truth. Apparently, y'all all agree it's daytime. But my truth is that it's nighttime. I'm gonna go to bed. That guy went to bed while everybody else went hunting. And I mean, I guess Orr is his kid. That man was Abraham. That man was Abraham. Abraham went back. He's like, nah. Now, the other people were nice enough to give him food. And he was like, holy shit. I think God might be, because I've had some dreams. I think that God might have just fed me now. They're like, what are you talking about? You were being dumb and didn't want to go hunt with us, but we don't want you to starve, so we brought you some food. And you know why you did that? Abraham said, you know why you did that? Because of God. Now you're talking about the same God we all sort of know about, the creator and all that. Yeah, but this is kind of also my God though. He's always kind of fucking over other people and letting me lie and cheat other people, and always saying it's my descendants who are going to populate enormously and cover the earth. He has not said that about you guys. He has often referred to you guys as my enemies, as obstacles, or as instruments, really. And so then you had one of his descendants, one of his descendants, who I met a year ago, who was like, yeah, man, just like my great ancestor Abraham said, you know, by the way, I'm descended from God's chosen man. Out of the thousands or even millions of people over there that God had put here, he chose Abraham. That's not a lie. That is not something that some fools just came up with, or that Abraham just did to justify his bullshit. No, stop that. No, in fact, as a child of God. What I believe is reality. So I don't even know why you're trying to discuss Abraham with me. You know what I mean? So there you go. That was the long-haired, chosen carpenter, descendant of Abraham, who told me that. Foxtrot 06 Delta 2008. So, you know, my dad was, before I gave him an introduction at theory, he was all, you know, is it research based and blah, blah, and I don't understand it, theory and blah, blah, but I never explained it to him. And then, you know, he thought I had some super advanced, unevidenced idea. He thought that what was so spectacular about my idea, why I was so excited about it, was because it was such a new and distant fact. He assuming that we are all reasonable and so on, even though it's such a crazy illusion, but since he has that illusion, he assumes that when information becomes available, the brilliant human mind gets the truth out of it. So I think he knows that a theory is an explanation. And if we suppose that he knows that a theory is an explanation rather than a sort of, a theory doesn't have to be like a well-evidenced fact. It also isn't just a theory, right? I mean, a thing, like, you know, so some people think of the word as theory as being basically fact. Some people think of it as just like a hypothesis. In fact, it can be anywhere, as I understand it, on that spectrum of truth, of evidence. But what it is it's an explanation, regardless of how evidenced it is. Now, evidence does not explain. Okay? Evidence, that tangible stuff, does not explain. To explain is to be able to connect things. To, for instance, understand what happened before something. What the relationship is between that thing that happened before and the thing. And how it triggered it. What are the sequence of tangible things that are involved in producing this result I'm observing? So identifying the evidence, the information, the tangible things is part of explaining, is sort of what you need in order to explain. But the explaining is actually the language, is the framework, is what we are doing with this evidence and what meaning we're taking from it regarding relationships and so on. So I think I've had lurking in my mind the thought that, once I understood what Dad thought that my idea was meant to be, which was some new fact, like this is the reality of the world that no one else has discovered. So then I was like, well, can I actually call it a theory? Why am I calling it a theory? And I remember, well, theory is an explanation. And before I started recording, it occurred to me that an explanation doesn't just have to be the information. It can also be the packaging, the framework, the language. Because sometimes we can have information and have a question and not realize that that information answers that question. But then through language and association stuff, all this stuff that tangible thing can be whatever I was saying, you know. And so the question is, if by having it theory, this package and this language and this relating of ideas given to you, are you better able to predict mental processes? Are you less surprised by the mental processes that would be surprising if you subscribe to the Warsaw illusions, but are not surprising when you accept the Conil concepts? Can you use it theory to answer questions about mental processes? And if those things are true, and answer questions, and those answers can be tied to tangibility, so it can be, you know, how would you change this behavior? I talked to you about no heed, no need, refute to mute, nounce to pounce, heavy in learning, you know, stuff like that. And that's all, that can all be eventually tied to tangible things. And so I give you that solution, and that solution is, I am now saying nounce to pounce, which is putting that in your head. If that replays in your head when you're thinking about your own, and you're being metacognitive, then maybe you'll go a little bit, then maybe that will trigger you to go a little bit farther and announce a process that you don't really identify with, but that is a part of your activity. And then if that works empirically, then it's not just a theory, it is a good and useful theory. So anyway, just to reassure myself that I can spend time thinking about it's, I don't have to wonder whether I overstuffed with the name.
Turn left onto Avenue de Saint-Maurice D38, signs for Maisons Alfred, Saint-Maurice.
Foxtrot 06
Siri,
Delta
call
2017.
Julian,
Right, so my
WhatsApp.
point was that, and that's probably I probably don't even have enough dash cam footage for you to, probably just looking at my ugly ass face right now. And I apologize that this was assigned viewing, but I'm also flattered. And it makes up for the angle. Anyway, developmental? No, it's a D word. Fuck, I think I completely lost it. Why'd they assign this? Why did your teacher assign this? To inspire you to be courageous. It's okay to not know what the fuck you're talking about. Okay. But what was I? Hold on. Come on. I wanna transfer these videos. I got shit to do, bro. I also haven't eaten in days besides like apples. Fuck off.
Ivry-sur-Seine. Elle est à Place d'Italie avec tes amis.
Ok, c'est bon. Ok, on se voit demain.
Ok, salut, à demain.
You tomorrow. Have a good night. Thank you very much.
Bye.
'24 Foxtrot 06 Delta 2019. The word fuck, not disorder, not develop, not definition. Fuck. Unbelievable. Alright, so discover. That's the D word. Right. So if your assumption is that as soon as information is observed, the human mind generally gets the truth out of it. But the human mind, when it miss something staring it in the face, if you have that illusion, I'm trying to speak less nasally because I just listened to my previous video and I did not like it. Anyway, so if you discovery, right, all of it theory has been discovered. I'm lucky enough that pretty much all of my observations, I think, I have the impression anyway, have been confirmed in some reading or another, written by a researcher or someone talking about research and scientifically minded, like David McRaney. So the pieces have all been discovered of the theory. I just happen to be lucky enough to be young enough, maybe. There's probably some other graduate student out there that doesn't have a book, but he's literally saying all that I'm saying. His book's going to come out in 3 years. I'm going to be absolutely devastated. Yeah, that's probably true, actually. That is probably true. Because I'm not that special. So if I have come to understand how these things that have been discovered fit together, and feel like I'm able to articulate basic, important, although counterintuitive principles of mental function, then there are probably thousands of neuroscience graduate students that are putting it together as well. I can hope that they were in school their whole lives, so they never got a chance to really step back and really apply their intellect, in a fresh way. And I can hope that their mentors kept them locked in with certain assumptions. I hope that they've been surrounded by people that kept validating certain, Warsaw illusions. That I talked to someone, I'm like, holy shit. It's been 4 years since I've been kind of not regularly speaking with humans, or at least in the first 2 years, the humans I was pretty regularly. Anyway, just the last 4 years has been a great deal less. And I'm like, oh shit, I forgot that y'all believe that you're like a single entity. I forgot that y'all talk about tree bark being conscious and intelligent. I forgot that you think that your default mode of operation is some pure reason. And then there's stuff like emotion that like interferes with that soul action. I completely forgot. So we can hope that, but I would also love if someone else is putting this together and sees this and we can work together. Please. That I can't even see it. So yeah. We knew that there were 86 billion neurons in an adult human brain. We've known that for some time. Longer than, since before 2012. And yet in 2012, David Eagleman was like, there are, multiple or, several sets of hands on the steering wheel behavior. Many, perhaps even many more. Yeah, obviously many more. There's 86 billion neurons. And you can probably label sort of the hands on the steering wheel in different ways, different streams. So yeah, fucking many more. And they aren't all just like on teams. Nature is much messier than that. It's not just like the left brain team is a totally coherent and consistent team, and the right brain team, or the amygdala is doing this, and the prefrontal cortex is doing that. No, there are networks coming out of the prefrontal cortex that are conflicting with networks coming out of the prefrontal cortex, surely. Or that are collaborating in different ways, have different influential relationships. So when that one and that one run, you get a certain result, which you could describe as a certain set of hands on the steering wheel. Tends to be to go for the dessert, for instance. But when that one and that one co-liver, you get this other behavior. So you got these like different permutations of things. So it's infinite. It's infinite. I mean, I don't think there's a limit to a meaningful list. I think you could have a really meaningful list of like 50 essential mechanisms. And then you kind of mix and match, and you can kind of add them together. And then those sums also have names. And there are a lot of elementals that aren't in the elemental list. 50, I pull that out of my ass. But then if you want to have like an extensive index, I mean, I think you could. I don't know what they'd be. I don't know what they'd be. I'm not thinking of 100,000. And of course, this mind does logarithmic compression, so 10,000 is just a little less than 100,000 to me, and a million is just a little more than that. But I'm gonna say you could easily have 100,000. That wouldn't really be useful. So just have to figure out what's the maximum you could have. I think you could fill any amount of lines with at least somewhat index of its. And then you would have some reference system, of course. You would have an organization with modules, and this is useful. I'm going to keep recording and keep talking about this because this kind of relates to the taxonomy of fallacies. You could organize it by modules, and you could have different taxonomies. You could have like one organized by biological modules, which will be pretty sensical in a lot of ways. But then you could also do more accessible modules that don't reflect the actual biological architecture, but, you know, grouping the its by certain things. So what I've got, for instance, well, no, I guess not, because the agit wouldn't be a set of its, would it actually? It's not really a module. It's just the facilitator and the quieter of internal objections. The agit could, I guess, be described not as a module, but just as a module, but not as big as I was imagining. It's just like a few its. One, if a reason that our Kes is true, no, if something about our Kes sings, then say it. That is an it in the agit. That's what a lawyer would do. If something sounds good, fucking use it. If anything at all is incorrect about their Kes, even if it doesn't undermine their argument, we don't give a shit about that. If anything at all is wrong about their Kes, then say it. If no argument comes to mind, then accuse of emotional something. Maybe you could say that's the agit, just those few. I thought it was like the whole department of coming up with these reasons, but maybe it's just the guys who go, oh, that's good, we're going to use that. Oh, that's good, we're going to use that. So it's just the parameters for what gets used. It's not the actual things that get, it's not the source of the things that get used. So it wouldn't really work as a useful category. I mean, a little grouping, but not like hey, go to the agit section of the index, which is what I was kind of imagining. So instead, what would be an example of a fucking category? Hopefully we'll be inspired by the new woman in our life to look back at the taxonomy again and to get back to working on that stuff. But no, we're okay with the Allarist stuff. That's what our focus has been on. We now have a basic understanding of the mind. Now it's time to speculate and imagine tools, things that can be confirmed by research. Most of its theory so far is based on research. Let's start adding some tools and explanations that need to be confirmed. So the whole Allarist thing that we're working on, the MapIt thing, and the taxonomy thing. Okay, great. Now, gosh, it's so hard to imagine grouping. Okay, what if it was an index of the index by theme? So, oh gosh, no, I don't have any ideas right now. No. Help me with that, bro. We gotta. Let's ask Leo when we see him in 4 days, and you guys will be able to watch that conversation as well. So one of the things that we're gonna talk about. What did we just say? Yeah, how... But he might not have any clue. We need other questions. How mental mechanisms could be grouped. I mean, we're going to have to brainstorm together, but... Alright, so that's one thing I want to talk to Leo about. The second thing, we'd love to present the whole Allarist thing. 3 thing, establish with him that, so it's only kind of, very recent, almost basically since I met you, that now I'm going beyond the research. I imp that it was based on the research anyway. Because he asked me, what's a book that I can read that talks about these its and stuff? There are lots of books that you can read that talk about neural processes. And there's one really good book that talks about cognitive psychology. And the author keeps talking about the click-whir of interpretations. The input-output. The button gets pressed and this is our response, such as the because justification. I want to see who that was. Robert Cialdini. Yep. I don't know why this first name is Robert. I haven't confirmed that yet. But anyway, Cialdini or Cialdini. He observed that humans had certain behaviors locked in or wired. It was almost as if when the relevant trigger occurred, we went into a pre-programmed or fixed action pattern or behavior. He called this click-whir, as if we were programmed to act without thinking, like robots. Oh god, I had no idea. Absolutely disgusted by this blog entry. This is an example of where the information's there. We know about material reality that things cause things. We know about neurons. How are we... But we're so compelled by the Warsaw illusions that when we learn that certain behaviors are locked in or wired, we don't then assume, oh, so all behaviors must be locked in or wired then, right? Because there's like 86 billion neurons there. And we just keep saying, oh, those neurons do that one. Those neurons do that one. Oh, so we should just assume that the neural networks do these things. Okay, so now it's just a question of figuring out how they do it, but we can basically assume they do it. No, the people can't. That's what you need me for. It was almost as if, Kim Tasso says on her blog, Red Star Kim, it was almost as if when the relevant trigger occurred, we went into a pre-programmed or fixed action pattern of behavior. It's almost like a thing happened and it triggered a result. And it triggered a result according to how the things were arranged. How, so, you know, it's like almost like a domino fell and then it knocked over other dominoes. And it knocked over those other dominoes almost according to how it was prearranged. That's... And then what, you just leave it at that? Almost as if. He called this click word as if we were programmed to act without thinking, like robots. Fuck. He's like, hey, look at what this research and what this author who I'm quoting says about reality. It's almost as if that's the reality. So it can very well be discovered without human minds knowing what to do with it. And especially what to do with it relative to the things that are already in there. So information could be out there, but did we make room for it in here? You feel me? Hold on a second. Office, text edit. New document, video, links, F06 Delta 2036, Kim Tasso, click were. $2024 Foxtrot. Links for upcoming videos. So anyway, the research is fucking there. You didn't see that, did you? Where'd it go? The research is there. So there are books on click. There's that book where he refers to as click were. There's Daniel Kahneman's work on System 1 and on all these biases. But I'm the one who's realized, I didn't invent if then, but I'm the one who's realizing that every one of these biases can be formulated according to its conditions and its consequence. And I'm not the one who discovered evolution. I'm not the one who invented evolutionary psychology. But I am the one that says that every bias had some evolutionary value, otherwise probably wouldn't exist, or is the byproduct of something that had some evolutionary value, some survival and reproductive or sexual whatever value. Not the only one saying it. Yeah, I'm not the one who discovered natural selection. No. But if you read The Origin of Species, it does support its theory. It says that our physical mechanisms changed. Our genes for our physical mechanisms changed. Or our physical mechanism, across generations changed according to what was most adaptive for to pass on the genes in the environment. It's just that, and so I was like, oh, okay. It's just that, and we knew that the mind was physical. We knew that information has been available for like 150 years. Since finest gauge, at least, that's been known. And yet, most humans don't believe it. And, yeah. What was I saying? Yeah, Yeah, the theory of natural selection says that our physical mechanisms, evolutionary biology is like a well-confirmed thing. The value of looking at our body through the lens of adapting to the different environments it's had. That's useful. Now, has everybody been okay making the leap to psychological mechanisms? Has everybody been okay recategorizing psychological mechanisms from the intangible category to the tangible category? No. No, the information's there, but it takes time. And it took me fucking time, bro. I was staring at the information. But I was compelled by the illusions of people around me. And they were hyping the illusions that I had myself. And their confidence was pieing my confidence. And then I fucking moved outside. Got a little distance. Then I got some electricity with that distance and the ability to drive around thanks to mother and father and be inspired. And holy smokes. Now we can start moving into actual theorizing in the sense of trying to figure out an explanation. Now that, because y'all motherfuckers had all the information in front of you and still let us believe free will and the self and all this stuff. You let us believe all that shit. We all didn't realize and holler in all of your books that that wasn't the case. I had to read your research and go, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. If we just base our ideas on the research and not our experience, on experiments instead of experience, which is not necessarily valuable. Experience is valuable, of course, but experience can be misinterpreted, can be misexperienced. But also experiments can be, sure. But anyway, there are more rigorous verification processes with experiments. Anyway, if we just started from what we know, from what do you call it, primo facto? I don't know, that's not what you call it, but whatever you call it, first principles, whatever you call it. If you start from there, as I did, and you should watch in my explanation of it theory to my dad, it doesn't leave a whole lot of room for some of the other imaginings that we've had. But we can understand why we had them. But yeah. So material things increase in complexity, evolution, neurons have dendrites and axons, 86 billion neurons interconnected. Damage to any of those networks is damage for the individual, but it can sometimes be super weird. You have some localized damage there and you see something that you never would have expected from a human thing. So that doesn't even make any fucking sense. What do you mean that's what they did, or that's what they said, or that's what they experienced? What do you mean? How could that be? Alright, now you've got all the information for it theory. And cause and effect. That one too. If I do this, something that happens. Okay. That's all you need for it theory. That's all you need. You gotta relinquish some stuff. But that's all you need. And then you got, okay. So I am countless input-output mechanisms. And their interconnectivity and complexity, because of their interconnectivity and because how an event here can have X effect here or a Y effect, which can then, if it's X effect, have X effect or Y effect there. But it can also, while it's having X effect there, have Y effect there. And then those two things can meet again, and so there's all these different permutations of what can happen. I didn't do a good job of mapping through it, sorry. But hopefully you followed, you know, or you were able to do it in your head, because I was not really able to. I kind of lost track of what I was trying to say, and how much complexity there is, because you change this thing, and it has repercussions over here, all over, not everywhere, but it has repercussions here. Change this thing, that has a modifying effect on those original repercussions. It has this. So there's countless different possible permutations of activity. And there's activity in response to the activity. There's an event that triggers another event that triggers another event that triggers another event. Enormous complexity. Okay, have I justified the use of the word complexity? Okay. Ultimately, it all comes down to 86 billion binary things. Yes or no things. And then through how they affect each other, we have some enormous complexity. We're also reminding ourselves that if the world's material, so we're material, then our experiences are material, and our experiences are encoded, and you know, our physical are encoded and then affected. So encoded by genes and affected by environment, and more affected by genes also. Okay, and they're encoded according to, what did you say? I think about evolution, right? Okay. Wait a minute. So I'm just thinking out loud here. When you told me about natural selection and evolution, you talked about responding to the environment. Why would it ever be useful to be able to scrutinize the idea of God in any past environment? When before, you know, I mean, before there were, you know, the modern, before there were wars over religions, when, you know, when we were fucking apes. No, what am I trying to say? Yeah, no, just why, before there was a possibility of fucking nuclear war. And let's go back before the Crusades. When was it ever useful to be able to scrutinize the question of God? You didn't need to fucking know. Even with the Crusades, even with today, we don't even need to fucking know. It has very little bearing on our life. We can make these choices or these choices. We're not going to majorly fuck up if we believe in God or don't. A little bit, yeah, increasingly. We're going to be doing some policies and stuff. We're not going to be believing the latest science. But for most of our history, the latest science did not conflict with our spiritual beliefs. So why would we have ever needed an ability to scrutinize those spiritual beliefs? Maybe that's what you'd ask yourself if you had just those basic things I said in like 15 seconds. I mean, I didn't explain the basic things in 15 seconds, but just know a little bit about evolution, a little blah, blah, blah. But why would we have needed to? Wait a minute. We didn't. It's possible that we actually didn't need to. But then that would mean that I'm probably not, that ability probably wasn't encoded. But my experience is that I'm doing a good job being reasonable and scrutinizing these things. Wait a minute, but my experience is physical, chosen by according to what was most adaptive. What if it was adaptive for me to believe that I was right, even when I was wrong? No, it's crazy. Because then I'd be like, oh, hey, that berry is good to eat. And then what if it was actually poisonous? Oh, but what if some things, the more tangible things, the things that I did encounter, for those things, what were we talking about? Scrutinizing. Oh, for those things it did matter whether I was right or wrong. And so I shouldn't have confidence, and I don't. Like, if I eat something that makes me throw up, very unlikely that I'm going to have a whole lot of confidence that actually it's, like, you know, good for me and I enjoy it. Very unlikely. Yeah. So it would be dangerous in some cases to believe I was wrong, to believe I was right even when I was wrong. But wait, what about if I believe, I haven't actually seen a predator, but there's a little bit of evidence for a predator, and my running systems are waiting for me to believe in it. In that case, if my running systems only react if it's given a reality, then my programming would need to present that suspicion as a reality, and not present the suspicion that there is no predator as a reality, at least not as much of a reality. So then I would have a preference for type 1 errors rather than type 2 errors. I would have a preference for type 1 errors. No, I would have a preference for type 2 errors. What does that mean, you would have a preference? Type 1 error, rejecting the null hypothesis, but it's actually true. Hey, there's no predator there. There is a fucking predator. Very bad. Type 1 error. Very, very bad. Type 2 error. Sorry, the null hypothesis. The null hypothesis. Hold on a second. What's the null hypothesis? Is that there's no, Okay, type 1 error, false positive. The test result says you have coronavirus, but you actually don't. Right, I was getting confused with the null hypothesis. Okay. So the null hypothesis is you don't have coronavirus. A type 1 error is believing or results saying that you do. So you should have accepted the null hypothesis, but you didn't. That's okay. That's okay. You thought you had coronavirus, you're a little precautious, not a big deal. So let's just say that whenever we're affirming something, it's always a negative thing, a predator, a virus, whatever, so that we can categorize type 1 as good or bad and type 2 as good or bad. So if we're saying that the null hypothesis is the absence of a threat, then a type 1 error is okay. Should have accepted it, but you rejected the null hypothesis. You were like, oh no, there's a predator. That's okay. You ran away. That's okay. Type 2 error is that you should have rejected, if you want truth, rejected the null hypothesis, rejected that there is no threat. Because indeed there is, but you instead, you accepted the null hypothesis while there was a threat. Very, very bad. So we had a preference for type 1 errors when we're talking about a threat or a bad thing. What are we talking about? I just keep completely, it's like a new person. It's like I'm a new person. I entered this video. What have you guys been talking about? I just hear somebody whispering to me something, but I can barely hear them. Somebody tell me clearly, what the fuck are we talking about right now? Why are we talking about type 1 versus type 2 errors? Consciousness is not real. Otherwise, I would know what the fuck I'm talking about. Or you can say, I'm just not conscious. Okay, fine, do that, but I don't think I look like a person who is unconscious. I don't think I talk or act like one or think like one. Or, you know, anyway. Well, what are we doing right now? Let's get tangible right now. Or nearly tangible. All right. So we were over here. We know very, very little about the world. But what we do know these evolutionary pressures and changes and encoding. And just those principles, basically. What we do know is the quantity and basic structure of the brain. Billions upon billions of nerve cells, trillions of support cells, with all these different possible connections. We know all of that. So we were wondering, is it possible for me to experience reason while not being reasonable, or experience logic while not being logical? Would it ever be useful for me to believe that I am being logical when in fact I am not? I think, based on what you said about evolution, it seems like it has to be kind of loosey-goosey. It doesn't sound like a whole lot of time for the kind of stuff we're talking about to develop. It's got to be pretty imprecise, the answers that we come up with. So if we're coming up with answers that are imprecise, well, wouldn't we go crazy if we were just constantly feeling that they were imprecise? Yes. Ask Celerus. Or inaccurate? Yeah, the mechanism is kind of imprecise, just kind of shooting, this answer, that answer. But if we thought that they were also inaccurate, even if we thought that they were imprecise, if they weren't, targeted in their use of the information and what it led to, whatever, wouldn't we be going crazy? How would we tell somebody, affirm that something is true? Think about my dad. My dad is an affirmer. My dad is not a thinker unless it involves affirming or negating. And my dad taught me a whole bunch when I was a kid. Told me God is stupid, there's no God. Evolution, power, squares, prime numbers, fucking electromagnetism, left wing. Here are the truths. There's nothing to discuss. There you go. So I had this off the bat. I'm 8 years old. At the oldest, I'm 10 years old. And I just received a whole bunch of shit. A whole bunch of really useful, valuable shit. I mean, valuable stuff. And when I said to him in the car one time, I said to him, because I was able to picture the earth as a spinning rock, and I was able to picture a dragon. There wasn't like a feature of the earth prohibiting a dragon. I couldn't imagine some force or shelter making a dragon impossible. And so I said to him, how can we say that there are no dragons or no gods? He was disgusted. He looked at me. How dare you? Shut the fuck up, you little shut. I'm exaggerating. He didn't swear at me or get upset. But he got very adamant. No. There are no dragons. There are no gods. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, but I'm just trying to understand what precludes those possibilities. Listen, Eris, religion is just a stupid thing for stupid people. So I just swallow it. All right. I didn't get to be like, yeah, I'm gonna be super, super open.
Et une nature à côté.
Foxtrot 06 Delta 90 or something. I'm wiped. Anyway, we got interrupted, but probably didn't, did we? Because it's probably just me. And you got what I was saying. Anyway, so glad we got interrupted but I will know why we got interrupted by a call from a friend. So that's nice. Okay, bye. Completely wrong with the time earlier. It was just a little bit ago. Foxtrot 06 Delta 2140. Another thing I was wrong about. I've not only eaten apples the last few days. That is absolutely not true. In fact, last night, I think I sliced up about 4 potatoes and put it in some hot oil and had myself some chips. It's just that today I've only had apples.
Ouais, le deuxième a l'air mieux. Celui
Du coup, j'avance.
il y avait quelqu'un
Non, la pompe fait pas le tour. Il n'y a pas moyen que ça atteigne la pompe. Ok, du coup, je range la pompe. Je retourne dans le véhicule. Il y a maintenant du coup, j'ai même pas attendu ici. Il y a tout de suite une pompe disponible sur la gauche. Du coup, il y a une voiture à ma gauche et devant lui, il y a une pompe disponible. Du coup, là, ok, je vais juste faire le diagonale et poup. Sauf qu'il y a une autre voiture de derrière qui voulait la prendre. Du coup, moi, oui, cimetière. C'est aussi une cimetière?
In 200 meters, your destination will be on the right.
change pas de vitesse.
Je change.
Non.
Je peux le faire.
Non, tu vas caler.
Je vais pas caler. Alors,
Your destination is on the right.
oh, pas mal, hein?
Sur la droite.
On se met sur la droite? Dans quel sens?
Comme ça.
Comme on est là. Ok, tu veux que I roll into you tonight.
Non.
Non, tu veux pas?
On va comme ça. La tête en l'air.
Nos têtes sont là.
Oui.
Toi, tu seras là. Moi, je serai là.
Non, on sera comme ça.
Pourquoi tu dis ça?
Parce que les places, elles sont comme ça.
Ce véhicule, maintenant, pour toi, c'est comme ça?
L'inverse.
C'est comme ça?
Non, comme ça.
C'est comme ça? Moi, j'ai l'impression que c'est comme ça.
Enfin, ok, t'as l'impression. Je crois que c'est comme ça.
Mais comment tu peux penser ça en fait? Non mais... Genre là, on est penché là.
Non.
Si tu le dis.